The following program is for adult audiences only.
You had me at a low, 'cause where you go is where I go. I don't need nobody else. I got you, and you got me too.
You can ride all the blue. I wanna do what you want to. We can leave and run away someday, someday. I've been saving you, and you save me too. Yeah, I need it, don't you need me too? 'Cause I need you. Yeah, so call me anytime that you need a favor. Call me anytime I can come and save you. Oh, oh. Call me anytime that you need a friend. And call me anytime when you're at a tight end. You, I got you, and you got me too. We can always make it through. What we do is what we do. I can take you anywhere, somewhere. We won't be scared. You will see me flying high. I'm staring into your blue eyes. We don't need nobody else. I got you, and you got me too. I've been saving you, and you save me too. Yeah, I need it, don't you need me too? 'Cause I need you. Yeah, so call me anytime that you need a favor. Call me anytime I can come and save you. Oh, oh. Call me anytime that you need a friend. And call me anytime when you're at a tight end. You, I got you.
You got me, got me. You got me, got me. You got me too. Got me, got me.
I've been saving you, and you save me too. Yeah, I need it, don't you need it too? 'Cause I got you.
And you got me.
I don't think that I'm being that selfish right now. You said yourself you'd be breaking every vow. I can understand you're tired of this town, and I'm not saying that we have to settle down now. Just remember this: we could have been stardust, same world but without us. Something made us find each other out there. Made us realize we're more than just stardust. Ignore this fact if you must, to do what your dreams are telling you to do. And I'll be out there looking for someone like you. Stardust, stardust. I'm the lazy one, so I guess I should have known. You said yourself you wanna do this alone. What if your dreams are making it hard to think straight? If you still love me, I can wait, and remember this. We could have been stardust, same world but without us. Something made us find each other out there. Made us realize we're more than just stardust. Ignore this fact if you must, to do what your dreams are telling you to do. And I'll be out there looking for someone like you. Hey, I don't think you're supposed to go. Maybe I'm just too slow. We should just lean together. We could have been stardust, same world but without us. Something made us find each other out there. Made us realize we're more than just stardust. Ignore this fact if you must.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and your good buddy Kenny the Vaping Heed.
Hi, everybody. Hope you're all good.
Another fantastic day, despite we being sitting in Satan's lair. I mean, it is hot as Hades outside. And I know for a fact it's hot as Hades because the attic fan actually kicked in today, and it didn't even do that yesterday. It doesn't do that until you hit 49 degrees Celsius or 120 degrees Fahrenheit. So, man, it's roasting out there. So, what better time to turn all the spotlights on, fire up the supercomputer so we can do our live show and, you know, sit here and chat at you guys for the next 4 hours. Because we're on the summer schedule. We've officially started the summer schedule. Start an hour later. And yeah, I know it's going to be a little hotter today. But I know you guys have other activities to do. And it gives the people in Europe and the UK a chance to join the show at supper time. And, you know, come hang out with us for a while.
Yeah, man.
We got lots of wonderful stuff to talk about today. Global Forum on Nicotine was last week, and I didn't even freaking know about it until day 2. I'm like, what? I thought that was next week. Did I put this on my calendar? No, I didn't. So I only noticed it because of a Twitter post. So I'm like, okay, got on there, GFN.events, and registered, and was watching the thing. And, you know, obviously it's taking place in Warsaw, so, you know, time difference. I'm catching onto it, you know, in the middle of the day or the end of the day over there. So I had to do the replay crew. So I spent the last Saturday, Sunday, and yesterday rewatching the thing. First time I watched it at like 1.5 speed just to make sure I got a gist of everything. And then I'm like, okay, I want to actually get some information out of this presentation that took place there because it really rubbed me the wrong way. I mean, I got major big tobacco company vibes out of this whole scenario. And it's not because, you know, there were like big tobacco company shills that were there. I mean, you'd run into those all around the world or all different conferences that are out there. They're at the E6 Summit too, but they're not like the main highlight and feature of it. And there's certainly at the E6 Summit, not an entire panel comprised of people that clearly have close ties to tobacco companies, either as, you know, a scientist for them or a consultant working for somebody like Juul, right? Now, I don't have a problem with it. We love cigarettes. We love the fact that, you know, big tobacco got us this beautiful thing that we, you know, came to enjoy and appreciate in our lives. And we just hate the fact that, you know, if somebody smokes, they die. So there's got to be a way that you can enjoy and consume nicotine for the therapeutic benefits of it without killing yourself. And that's why we're here. It's called harm reduction. There's all kinds of different ways that people can still continue to consume the thing that gives them great pleasure without them resulting in an early death. It's that simple. But there's people out there that are celebrating right now the joys of tobacco control. Lying and presenting constant misinformation to the public in order to foster additional prohibitions and taxes and punitive treatments and hatred towards the people who choose to smoke. It's actual indoctrination because what they do is they get people to hate smoking so bad that when they see a smoker, they automatically hate them.
Yeah.
They have completely dehumanized people who smoke. And that's why we have the beautiful thumbnail for today. Because they're having this big, massive celebration for tobacco control. World Health Organization's tobacco control. We're so freaking wonderful. We know more ways to spend Bloomberg bucks than anybody could have possibly imagined. However, all of them fail to realize that every single one of their measures results in increased black market, decreased availability and supply of safe, effective ways to not smoke cigarettes, and increased funding for criminal cartels, who are the only ones that are going to be able to supply these products in the countries where they ban them. I still can't get my head wrapped around the fact. Do you know that Mexico has actually banned vaping in their constitution?
Really? Fucking hell. A bit harsh, isn't it? It's a bit fucking harsh, oh well, lads. You know what I mean?
In your constitution?
Wow. Your constitutional right not to vape. Okay.
By the way, for those of you erudited people out there that like to do crossword puzzles, the word for that is democide. Democide
Ooh, that's a
is
posh one.
using the government and its laws and its actions and the people who work for the government to disarm a subset of the population to cause them harm.
Wow.
So if they remove the things that keep us from smoking cigarettes and only leave us with the choice of consuming the actual deadly product, that is democide.
Holy moly.
It's that simple.
I never thought of it like that. I never thought of it like that, mate.
Nobody ever does.
Nah.
But I mean, how many people step back and look at the global picture of this situation? I mean, I never in my wildest dreams thought that I was going to end up becoming a tobacco harm reduction expert. That wasn't one of my life ambitions. Seriously.
It isn't. You're just a hobbyist, and you just want to educate people. But like I said, it's it's what you've experienced on your journey. So that was all I do, to share your journey. But now you're having to research this, research that, and excuse me. Jesus.
I am the retarded idiot that doesn't just follow my gut and go do what I want to do. I am a person, probably because of all the education that I've, put myself through, ending up with 3 master's degrees, where I am a person of sound reason and logic. So I am not going to start what I aspired to start when I've realized how good these products were at getting people to quit smoking, even to the point where some people accidentally quit. They just pick it up and go, hey, that's pretty cool. Let me try that. Oh, shit, that flavor's perfect. And they walk around and they never pick up another cigarette again because they enjoy the flavor out of this so much, and they just instinctively reach for this instead of reaching for a cigarette. And, well, so most people that, have that experience, they go and they just open up a shop and they just start selling stuff. And then only after they start selling stuff and they start realizing, hey, man, I'm actually putting myself in a certain set of liabilities here because I open up this shop and I don't even know what the laws are regarding these things.
I mean, nobody does now because they keep moving the fucking goalposts, don't they?
Well, me being, somebody that has an MBA, I looked at it and I said, okay, well, I need to have a business plan. Part of the business plan is assessing your environment, assessing your risks, assessing whether, you even have a chance of making a profit. And then you take a look at it and you go, oh, man, the demand is high. Everybody wants to quit smoking. Most people that smoke want to quit. They try and they fail because all they have is crap that the doctors tell them to try. That we ourselves tried and know firsthand, all it did was give us side effects.
Yep.
And then we found vaping, and it didn't have any side effects. And it tastes great, and it's exciting. And it becomes a hobby because there's so many different things that you can do. And there's so many rebuildable tanks and so many drippers and different pod options. And there's just so much to do and so much to learn. It just keeps your time occupied, which is, well, one of the reasons why vaping works to quit smoking, because, well, you don't realize how much time you spend smoking. You take a break. Every time you take a break, you light up your fag and you're just sitting there taking a break. You're happy. You're discussing things with other smokers. You're interacting. And, well, if you quit smoking, that leaves a massive void in your life.
Definitely.
And, well, that void doesn't exist when you vape because there's so much to pick up and learn and find new friends. And you don't want to hang out. It's like the alcoholic that quits drinking. You don't go to the bar anymore. So what are you going to do with all your spare time? Right? Except when you quit smoking, then you come to find out that, well, you're still treated as a smoker. Like you never quit. They don't care about how much you've improved your health, how you're able to get up and down flights of stairs and, do stuff. They don't care about any of that. You know that firsthand. So you want to talk to other people that have experienced it too and go, hey, man, did you notice this too when you quit? Did you notice how much everything tasted better the longer you were just in a vapor and you didn't smoke?
And you could smell stuff as well. You could smell stuff again. It was lovely smelling stuff. Oh, smelled your food. You could smell it. You could taste it. It was awesome. Loved it. Loved it.
Yep. Fantastic. Well, then you realize
the only downside is you can fucking smell a cigarette at 1,000 yards.
Yes, definitely. But that's how I knew vaping was going to work. I could go hang out with my smoking friends and didn't bother me. They had their cigarette. I had my vape. I had my candy cane. I didn't want their cigarette.
You didn't crave for that cigarette. All right.
No.
You didn't crave. How about you? Straight away.
Yep.
I actually deliberately tested myself. Whereas I've stopped smoking for about 3-4 weeks on the vape. And I said, I'm going to stand next to somebody smoking, see if I get tempted. Didn't even bat an eyelid. Never bothered. That's what I do.
What was it, 2 shows ago when my son was here? He brought me that Heat Not Burn product, and I tried that out that day, right? I smoked a Heat Not Burn. Technically, it's not smoking. I don't know what they call it. It shouldn't be called smoking because it heats the tobacco, doesn't actually burn it.
No.
Is there pyrolysis taking place? Is there actually combustion inside there? I'd be hard-pressed to see that. Maybe.
Yeah.
Regardless, I had no real desire to continue doing that. Like, it was actually shocking to me because I know for a fact if that would have been an actual cigarette, I would have really wanted to have that. Like, I could have easily picked back up to where I was 5 years ago. Didn't happen with Heat Not Burn. It just tasted nasty.
They do say an ex-smoker can easily become a smoker again, no matter how long ago you quit.
And see, this is the thing that tobacco control cannot even fathom. You know, if you want to be able to influence another person on this planet, you need to walk in their shoes. I'm not saying you need to take a full mile in their shoes, but at least step into their shoes and look around the room. Right? It is obtuse that they want to make it only tobacco, mint, and menthol flavors. Why? To make it as close as possible to actual cigarette smoke? To remind them on a daily basis what they gave up?
Yeah.
You do that to alcoholics? Do you say that, once you're diagnosed with alcoholism, you are only allowed to have alcoholic flavored products? What? No. That's preposterous.
Hell no.
You don't want anything that reminds you of it. But tobacco control has no problem trying to force us all into reliving our tobacco flavors. No.
Oh, they want you to make that vape and shit, and it doesn't work, so you just stay on the fags. That's what they want you to do. I mean.
And even the big tobacco scientists are this obtuse. They cannot comprehend the fact, and they're shocked when they do research and they realize, well, when you compare a couple flavors versus tobacco and you do it as a randomized controlled trial, the people that get the tobacco flavor aren't as happy as the people that get watermelon or mango or any other flavor on the planet.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll get to that when we get to the news. It's been a hellacious week. Obviously, we are all dealing with this heat wave that's settled over the eastern side of the United States. We've got real field temperatures far in excess of 100 degrees Fahrenheit or, 50-some Celsius. Everybody's air conditioners are working overtime. Unless you got a new one that, is supersized for your house. Back in the day, you got something that would deal with like 99% of the problems, right? There were going to be a couple days out of the year that was going to be too hot. Your air conditioner wasn't going to be able to keep up with it. But the energy savings of having a smaller system justified dealing with a couple hot days where your air conditioner couldn't keep up. That's the way they spec the systems. Now, for energy efficiency purposes, they can way over-spec the system because the compressors are variable rate. They have this new inverter technology that your air conditioner only works as hard as it has to keep your house comfortable. See, technology is implemented all around the globe, and nobody bats an eyelash to it. But my God, you know, you want to do that for people that smoke? And no, you're not allowed. What? Are you a moron?
Truly.
Or just ignorant? What are you, pompous? Pious? What's the reasoning for this? So I did learn something in GFN. Panic spreads faster than peer-reviewed science. Always has. Because most people don't even care about the science. They just take whatever hearsay they come across and they run with it. Especially if that hearsay is alarmist and negative stories.
Yeah.
And that's why the mainstream media pushes all that. That's all they like to push because it drives clicks and ad revenue. So they're financially dependent upon scaring the shit out of people on a regular basis so they can make money.
Right. Plus, they've probably
That's
got an
what it boils
agenda
down
to follow
to.
anyway. I mean,
And if you look at it from a
have an
scientific
agenda.
perspective, there's a name for this, right? It's called negativity bias. It is fundamental in psychology classes because it is fundamental in human cognition. When you understand how humans think and act and why they do that, you realize that it's an evolutionary trait that's been constantly reinforced since the days of the caveman.
Yeah.
If out of the corner of your eye you see something that could eat you, you are highly aware of that and pay attention to it instantaneously, and you will not forget that. You get mauled by a bear once, you will make sure the rest of your life and the rest of your offspring's life, nobody will ever forget it.
Nope. Yeah. You learn, don't you?
So
wow.
That was something that was actually covered in the GFN. And we're going to talk about what was covered, what wasn't covered. We also have set up for your enjoyment today because we'd like to do our retro vape, right?
Ooh.
Well, I got a brand new product. I got it before release day. Remember how I said that the Hellvape Hellbeast I wasn't going to get because they sent me an email and said that, you know, they first were going to send it to me. And then like 2 days later, they're like, oh, sorry, we don't have enough of them to send it to you. But one showed up anyway. It's fantastic.
Very nice.
So here we have the Hellvape Hellbeast.
Hellvape Hellbeast. Oh.
It is the quietest RTA I have ever used.
Really?
There's that one. And then here's my all-day vape, the Blaze Pro Max. This is the Blaze Max RTA.
Yeah. Massive difference.
And the Blaze Pro Max RTA. Thunderclouds reached out to me and said, hey, you want to do a review on this? I'm like, sure. Okay, here's a code. Go to our website and get it. While you're at it, order a toolkit too. I'm like, cool. I would always wanted to do a review on, toolkit for vaping. So here's the Pro Max.
That's pretty quiet now.
Also much quieter than the first version, but it maintains the same amount of airflow. Not so much so on the Hellvape Hellbeast. Much more reduction in airflow on this one. But there is literally hardly any sound whatsoever to that rebuildable tank. Fantastic. So we're going to take a look at those two. We're going to compare it. And I just reached into my little box and I pulled out the KENSEI. VandyVape KENSEI.
The KENSEI.
So we're gonna-
That's a blast.
So we're gonna compare it to this one. 'Cause it's
Holy
kind of the
moly.
same deal. The only real difference, I mean, other than the size, is the fact that there's a slot on the bottom for the airflow, as opposed to hundreds of little honeycomb holes.
Ooh.
And somebody corrected me on my one video, and they said that's not technically honeycomb because it's not an octagonal shape hole. They're just round holes. Like, okay,
Yeah,
I've
well,
never
they're
heard
kinda-
anybody get that anal about it.
It's kind of what they've labelled, isn't it? A honeycomb. It's just done. We know it's not actual honeycomb. It's just, you know.
Yeah, well, listen, I can take people as they are. And that's the fundamental concept of harm reduction. You meet people where they are, and you don't force them to do anything. You educate, you empower them, and then you act as their guide to show you the off-ramp from the combustion highway. It's so simple. Anyway, sorry, folks.
It is, isn't it?
I know. You didn't come here to watch me get on my soapbox, or maybe you did. I don't know. But I'm going to be on there today because they really fired me up. Everybody's dropping in a temperature, their temperatures in the chat right now. 90 degrees Fahrenheit here. 91 degrees Fahrenheit now. 98 degrees in Philadelphia. Philadelphia is probably going to go over 100 degrees. 59 Celsius today is something that they could realistically see a real field temperature of. So,
wow.
In amongst this heat wave that we're under right now, this frying pan that's just placed over top of us, I thought that was going to be the worst possible thing that I could deal with until I came across Bloomberg and his henchmen doling out the cash to create a fucking tobacco control song at a conference where they brought in all the poor people from all the poor countries in the world, because, I mean, technically, that's where most people smoke. Well, sort of. Not really. But we'll get to that later. The point is, my blood was boiling 10 times worse than it was because of the heat. And we're going to show you that today. It's ridiculous. The amount of money this man wastes on removing our fundamental right to choose what we put inside our body is astronomical. It just, I hate it. I truly hate it. I really am doing the best I can to stay, keep my emotions in check about this, but I don't understand how most people aren't this pissed off.
He's going to go fucking mad, folks. Mad.
I mean, most people don't realize that they're losing their rights to be able to buy this shit in their local store. It's happening right here in Pennsylvania. The House already passed the bill for a registry bill where you're only going to be allowed in the state of Pennsylvania to buy the 34 products authorized for sale in the country by the FDA.
Oh.
So if you like a rebuildable tank, you like a dripper, you're fucked. You're going to have to go outside of the state to buy it, or buy it on the black market and become a criminal, because the vape mail ban prohibits you from getting it through the mail. So you got to find a shop willing to send it to you by courier if you want to be a legal person, or place an online order. And some of the online sellers, well, they still send it through the mail.
Yeah.
Which makes them a criminal and makes you a criminal. And, well, technically you could be locked up in jail for that. That's beyond preposterous. When did it become okay to tell people, you can't do what you want to do?
This is it. They're forcing people into a corner. It's as simple as that.
And I don't understand how they can feel justified in doing it. It really makes no sense to me.
Is it?
This cartoon was a joke years ago. In 2016, sick son of a bitch was trying to vape strawberry flavor instead of tobacco. What? It's a reality.
Mm-hmm.
There are places on
now,
this
yeah.
planet where you can go to jail for vaping strawberry e-liquid. But millions of people are still doing it. You're not here to take my guns. All my guns are legally registered. Nah, sir, I'm here for the vape, not the guns. What?
Yeah.
What? Well, Texas, congratulations. You can now go buy hemp and CBD, but don't try and vape it. Governor Abbott vetoed the THC, CBD, and cannabis product ban that the legislature tried to pass, but did nothing to stop the prohibition of vaping in Texas.
Wow.
Congratulations. Join the rest of the criminals in the country.
Holy moly, man. How long is this going to go on, though? That's the thing, though. You know what I mean? Do you think they're just going to do till they do a total ban, or just how long does it
until
go?
they learn and come to their senses and realize that all they're doing is creating a black market, and then the criminal cartels are going to profit from it. So the war on drugs is going to move to a whole new level. Because there are millions. There are over 30 million people in the United States that use these products.
Yeah. Somebody's got to supply them, haven't they?
So you've actually could turn 10% of your population into fucking criminals. Or
wow.
They can choose not to be a criminal and just, consume a product that's going to eventually kill them way earlier than they could have lived without it.
Yeah, that's so true. What a fuck on, man.
Drives me insane.
It is.
So
man.
anyway.
As you can see, bang the head got for fucking warm, man.
Since I'm already on my soapbox, might as well roll the news bumper and,
Yeah.
actually get into talking about news.
He's getting warmed up, so let's roll it.
I didn't even ask you, how's your week go, mate? How's your week go?
Oh, I've been busy as always. Been bloody hot over here. Like you said, we've had some silly temperatures. It's still muggy and murky, but the last couple of days been very windy and rainy. So, but no, I'm just busy, been knocking about. I had a nice weekend. I went to see me Rush gig on Saturday night at the City Hall. Absolutely brilliant. The world loved it. Absolutely first class. Had a few bits, as you do. And,
he sent me some pictures of his lovely beer.
And with me being like so close, like living to Newcastle close, I normally just walk back. So I walked with my brothers to the metro station. Well, there was that. Like, I went and walked with my brothers to the metro station. They got on the metro station, and instead of turning left or right, I turned the opposite direction, and I was walking away from the town. So my walk home was about an extra 5 miles. Oh, you tit. Made a wrong turn. Because it was a bit, my feet were blistered.
Wow.
But it was well worth it. It was a fantastic night. Brilliant night. Absolutely loved it.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's awesome.
Definitely did. Absolutely brilliant.
I've been battling miscellaneous things here. My son designated a day to do a proper clean out of the garage, right? So we spent the one day doing it last week to get a head start on it.
Yeah.
We only got a third of the way into the garage and had to put everything back in because we had a thunderstorm blast through. So then this weekend, when he had a plan, to go and do this, I was in the midst of trying to get caught up on the GFN, right? So I didn't get outside to get started on this until noon. He had a fire call he had to go on in the morning. So we did end up getting the garage completely emptied out for the most part. 8 bags of garbage came out of there. Had about 300 pounds of scrap metal from various things I've been saving up for cars I don't have anymore. So they're all out now. We decided to sell a bunch of stuff that we don't need. Like, my wife picked up at the Memorial Festival a snowblower years ago. I used it once. We don't need it. Especially now that we've converted our lawnmower over from being a gas-powered one to a battery-powered one. And when we did that, we also bought the set so that you use the same batteries in the weed whacker and also in the leaf blower. And we bought a leaf blower and a weed whacker for camp, which we no longer have camp, so we have 2 blowers and 2 weed whackers. But let me tell you, the best snow blower in the world is a leaf blower. Those things blow like 80 miles an hour. You have 2 of them in your hands? That is 10 times faster than a snowblower ever was.
But it is.
All I got to do is make sure it doesn't really accumulate more than an inch or 2, you know? It means I got to go out there every hour or so and just walk the sidewalk. Job done. And the sidewalks are cleaner now than they ever were before. Beforehand with the snowblower, I'd wait till it got done snowing, snowing, because if you only had an inch or 2, it didn't work that good. You needed a good 4 or 5 inches for that snowblower to actually throw it. Not now. Modern technology at its finest.
I like your style with a double barrel one.
Yeah, 1 in each hand. The only thing that would work any better than that would be flamethrowers, but then you got to deal with the ice. So, you know.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be good. That could end really bad.
So we cleaned all that out and then ended up having to put it back at the end of the day. All the stuff that, like my tool bags, I got like 15 tool bags that I used to be, each of them were created for a specific thing. I got one for my box wrenches, and I got one for my pliers and one for screwdrivers and so forth and so on. I could always load up my truck and go do projects for my mom at her rental property. But over the years, nothing ever gets put back away. At the end of the day, you're so tired from getting done working that the day, you just throw it in whatever bag is closest, and especially if you have people helping you clean up. So now I got to actually sort through all those 15 bags and get rid of some more garbage and organize it again, and then, set it up the way it's supposed to be. Project for another weekend.
Just buy a big multi-drawer toolbox, mate. Just hide it in the back and you'll be done.
I got 3 toolboxes in the garage, mate. All 3 of them have stuff in them. 2 of them are organized. One is really organized. And one is kind of like the miscellaneous stuff that I very rarely, if ever, need to use. But I'm not going to throw it away because I spent good money on it to get a specialty tool for like a valve compressor. Well, you don't need a valve compressor unless you pull the heads off the car. Or you're changing the valve seals.
Yeah.
I can't sell them. I mean, like that snowblower, right? It probably cost $400 brand new, right? My wife picked it up at the Labor Day Festival out in Northmoreland Park, and she paid $60 for it. It's the middle of summer. God. You know what we got for it? A $20. But it's not taking up space in my garage anymore. And the people that got it were so freaking happy to have one. Perfect.
Well, the end of the day, it's better than end up in the garbage bin or the city dump. At least somebody's going to use it, and
Exactly. So I mean, I'm not going to empty that toolbox, my 3rd toolbox, that is just taking up miscellaneous things for tools I've bought for one project and then ended up using it maybe on another project. And I don't know if I'm going to have to use them before I die or not. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know what the future holds.
It's normally the case that if you do sell it, you'll get a job in next week where you need that tool. It's guaranteed.
That's what always happened.
Yeah, it's guaranteed. Honestly.
Yeah, so I got big, massive welders up listed for sale on Facebook, and I got the rototiller that I reconditioned. That somebody gave that to me as part of their payment for a laptop repair I did or something. And so I went to Harbor Freight, bought a new motor on it, never even put oil in the motor, never even used it. I had to order tires for it and then get a belt, and then there was the handle that was missing, so I had to find that on eBay. Basically restoring this thing, right? So I've got it to the point now where it's completely restored. All I need to do is fill it with oil and reattach the handle for the drive gear that picks forward or reverse or neutral.
Yeah. And
it's done. But it's I'm not putting a garden in anymore. I only did that when I had the kids living here. So that's listed for sale too.
That's it. Get rid.
$100. You can take it. Finish the project. It'll take you less than a day. If I have to take a day of my time to fix it, it's going to be $300, and I'm not actually selling it until I get done rototill in the back corner of the yard, so my wife can, build her little outdoor patio for when she wants to entertain on the weekends.
Good.
But the washer didn't start the one day, or not the washer, the dryer wouldn't start the one day for my son. I'm like, what? What do you mean it didn't start? It has an error code. These are these new high efficiency dryers, right? It'll give you an error code if something's wrong in it. If the thermal overload switch is bad or whatever, it gives you an error code. You get the error code, you've swapped the part out, job done. If it doesn't give you an error code and it doesn't start, it's usually the main board that's bad. So I had to order one of them.
Oh, well.
It's your typical usual stuff.
Yeah. Happy days, man.
In this stage of our lives, we've got old stuff. We don't want to buy it. If it still works, why replace it? For what?
Exactly. Do you end up just like hoarding? You know what I mean? That's what I was. I was thinking terrible for hoarding stuff. I should do my garage, man.
Yeah, so the garage did get a proper clean out. 8 bags are gone. 300 pounds of scrap are gone. Snowblower's gone. Welder's still for sale. Somebody's coming Friday to look at it. They would just want to make sure they can plug it in and run a bead, make sure it actually works. I'm like, okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Just bring your own scrap metal because I don't have any laying around. Just got rid of it all.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, while you're here, I've got a little hole in the bottom of my car. You can do that if you want, while you.
Nah, I would have done that already. Nah, I got a little welder. I bought a little flux core welder from Harbor Freight to do miscellaneous things.
Oh, MIG welder.
I mean, what am I going to weld? Maybe do a little tack repair on the exhaust pipe because I, don't want to spend 200 quid on a new one when I can just spend half an hour and tack weld a new piece of metal in there and cover up the hole. And it's not like it's on my daily driver.
You've missed out on something there because you've pulled out a load of scrap. You've got a welder. You could have done a bit of modern art. You could have made a sculpture out of scrap metal.
I can still do that, mate. I have 2 welders. I've got a big, massive 220 volt welder that you could use in an industrial shop.
Oh, stick welder.
The tank I have is too small for an industrial shop, but whatever. I mean, the welder itself is capable of running, and you can do steel or aluminum. Take your pick. There's a switch on there. You can flip back and forth. And it's a nice MIG welder. But I've got a little tiny one that only costs 120 quid and runs on 115. Any standard extension cord will work. For simple little repairs, that's all you need.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what the hell I thought when I bought that big, massive one.
Modern
I got big wheels on the back like this and then little fucking, dolly wheels. It's made for a shop.
Mm-hmm.
Metal fabrication shop.
You never know, man. You never know.
Yeah, well, this fat ass ain't doing any more of that kind of work. That's reality.
You could have made some steampunk style shells, weld them all together.
I can still do that, man. I gotta have a little welder. I'm not getting rid of the little one.
No.
Once I got that, it was so much easier to weld with that flux core welder. You don't have to be as precise about it. You don't have to worry about wind drafts and stuff like that, like I did with the MIG welder. That's meant to be done in an enclosed building, with proper ventilation and stuff like that.
Oh,
the flux core welder, you can weld outside in the middle of a thunderstorm and you still get a good weld out of it.
That's good, Good. As long as you made progress, that's the main thing.
Made lots of progress. And you got rid of, like I said, 6 bags of garbage. Take it out to the curb tomorrow and be done with it.
Happy days.
All right. Now we're all caught up. Now we can get to the actual raid sweat. righty. I'd like to start with GFN, but I cannot start with GFN with the preposterous, pompous propaganda machine who's doling out millions and millions of dollars worth of cash and empowering a whole bunch of idiots out there to go and spout his misinformation. It's literally institutionalized misinformation is his goal. That wasn't revealed at the Global Forum on Nicotine, despite all the tobacco people being there. Not a single one of them. Well, no, one person did mention institutionalization of the misinformation. There was a person talking about it, and there was a person talking about how the funding doesn't go directly from Bloomberg's wallet to the idiots out there spouting the misinformation. A lot of this is routed through all the do-good organizations on the planet that are taking a 10% cut for channeling his money and obfuscating the source. And it goes from one organization to another organization to the actual people doing the misinformation. And a lot of them, would you be surprised to find out they're actually marketing businesses? That's what their job is?
Really? Wow.
Advertising agencies. Nowadays, they do their advertising on social media. So they legit pay influencers to spread misinformation, lies, to confuse and obfuscate the truth.
Bullshit, man.
But here's the thing that's getting the most attention right now. Those are all tobacco control people at a conference. It looks more like a religious gathering. Forever will be strong as 8 million people continue to die every single fucking year?
Wow.
1.1 billion, I'm sorry, 1.1 to 1.3 billion people use tobacco products on the planet. You know how much it was when I quit smoking? 1.14 billion.
Wow.
So whatever the fuck you've been doing for the last 10 decades doesn't fucking work. It might have worked when we were children, right?
Yeah.
But you're no better than the just say no fucking Nancy Reagan model that has already been scientifically proven to cause more problems and actually interest people that would have never picked up the product in the first place because of all your teen education that must happen regarding vaping products. Because we don't want another generation of nicotine addicts.
Fucking hell, man.
Sorry, but without death and disease, it's not an addiction. It's just simply a dependence. Like your fucking coffee that you have no problem feeding to your child that you just spent $10 on at Starbucks.
So true. That's probably the stronger brands of coffee as well. Holy fuck.
But they don't get it. They don't get it.
Wow. That is nuts.
How's your Empower helping her, you fucking morons?
Fucking power. We are strong. Fuck off. Holy moly.
How's your power empower help her?
Exactly.
When this picture was taken, she wasn't even graduate from high school.
Underage smoker, but nothing said though. No.
If she was still alive, I'm sure she would have been a vapor. But see, these people are so fucking ignorant, they don't realize how many children are fucking depressed in modern society.
Yep.
And that's why she's no longer on the fucking planet, because nobody bothered to pay attention to the fact she was depressed until she was gone.
Too little, too late, yeah. Fuck, man.
Just like it's too little, too late for anybody that still chooses to smoke because they chose not to quit. Because the only thing that you can do is quit or die.
Well, that's their solution. A stupid little propaganda fucking funny song.
Delusional, a disgraceful 1,300 strong boondoggle following Bloomberg propaganda bullet points without an original thought in their heads or the ability to rationalize what the fuck they're doing and see how it's only going to cause more harm than if they didn't even exist on the face of this planet.
Fuck me. It's not control, promotion. Tobacco promotion, that's what it is.
Research finds no evidence to indicate that the global progress in reducing cigarette consumption has been accelerated by the Force Consumers Towards Combustibles MPOWER Treaty Mechanism. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not what they say it stands for? Well, they're fucking full of shit. And I know for a fact that they have not had any achievable measures of success. At best, looking at conservative figures, the number has stayed the same. 1.1 billion tobacco users on the planet. 8 million people a year dying. Except, see, when I quit smoking, there was only 7 million people a year. Now it's 8 million people a year. But there's no scientific study that I can actually find that actually shows that. It's just, you know, what the World Health Organization says. And after the whole COVID debacle, we know exactly how trustworthy they are.
Oh, shit. And again, there could just be pulling the figure out the air. Could be more people dying each year, for all we know. Probably is.
It's all about the quit smoking money. All of it. It's a scam. Without the quit smoking campaigns, they get nothing.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is exactly what we get, week after week.
Yeah.
Nobody pays us to do this. To call out the ridiculousness of all this stuff.
The bullshit.
Except for the fact that, we're fighting for our own rights to choose what we want to consume and how we want to consume them. Everybody's fired up about this. Some people will say it's weird that, a global tobacco control conference partnered with the World Health Organization, hired a group of singers and dancers to perform and write a song about the WHO political strategy called Empower. This is what happens when your profession has too many theater kids. Sorry, Greg, no. It's not about having too many theater kids, because none of those theater kids have anything to do with tobacco control, except for the fact that they got paid by Bloomberg bucks, probably through, a bunch of different charitable organizations that got, their share cut out of it so that, half a dozen people can collect six-figure incomes while they continue to watch 8 million people a year die from cigarette smoking.
Oh, shit, man. Oh, shit.
And
there's the bar.
Before we continue, I figured you needed a little break.
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of...
Hold on, folks. I know you can't hear that. Let me crank that up for you. Ready?
Go.
Well, that's still not loud enough.
Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
He swore on the fucking telly, Jesus. Holy fuck.
And you know the best part? Exactly the same can be said for tobacco control.
Yeah, they don't know
They
what the
have
fuck
no
they're doing.
idea what the fuck they are doing and how much damage they are causing to humanity because of their Empower program.
Fuck's sake. Wow, man, Jesus. I'm gobsmacked how they fucking blew a load of money on that. I'm just absolutely gobsmacked.
Imagine the lives could have been saved if the money squandered on this pompous pageant gallantry was used to implement a global stop-to-stop trial program. Actual lives saved versus fantasy prohibition propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
20 years ago, 1.1 billion people on Earth smoked deadly cigarettes. Today, 1.1 billion people smoke deadly cigarettes. No change. None. Zero. Zilch. And the country that's the hardest on it is the most disastrous and actually looks like the places where they drop the bombs in the war-torn countries. Australia. Mm-hmm. Because all their prohibition tactics have done is fuel the criminal enterprises that are now profiting from supplying products to consumers so consumers don't smoke cigarettes.
Wow.
Celebrating deaths that increase? You call that a success? Kevin actually brings out the facts and actually has all the saved World Health Organization tweets talking about how, back in 2011, there was only 6 million people dying every single year from smoking. Now we're up to 8. How's your Empower worked to save them? It's only made it worse.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you got countries like Sweden where, smoking rates have fallen from 15 to 5% over the last 15 years. And we got to get back to the Global Forum on Nicotine because they brought some facts that I did not know of. Sweden is not the first country in the world to be smoke-free. They may be the first country to become smoke-free because of tobacco harm reduction, although I'd be willing to bet that New Zealand might actually beat them. We can start odds on that.
New Zealand are doing really well. Oh, Jesus, man. Fucking hell.
So let's get back to that, shall we? While we have this fiasco. Forever will be strong because you keep sending us all your fucking money to spend on prohibition and increased taxes and teen education to teach them all about, vaping and how it's supposed to be bad for you. And if you know anything about adolescent psychology, you come to realize most adolescents want to be the bad kid for a little while just to see what the fuss is about. They do it for attention.
Yeah. Oh, man. Jesus.
And you just hoy the red carpet out for them. And then stand them up as poster childs to remove adult access rights to these products.
Fucking bullshit. Absolute bullshit. It is. It's boils the piss.
So I've got notes. I've got notes, right? Because,
got notes.
My memory is shit. That's the lovely joys of, getting older and, potentially having Alzheimer's and, So how about I give you some information? Some of it wasn't at the Global Forum on Nicotine, and some of it was. And I'm going to actually tell you what parts of it were and which parts of it weren't. So, as is always, we like to empower everybody with a bit of science and statistics and some basic knowledge. Like, here's something that was not talked about at the Global Forum of Nicotine, right? How about we start off with the global combustible tobacco use by region on the fucking planet? Where is the greatest number of smokers by population on this planet? Can anybody drop it in chat? Let me know. What do you think is the most number of smokers on the planet? What part of the world?
Gotta be
Asia, Europe, Western Pacific, Mediterranean, America, Africa, where?
I'm talking maybe it's India, China, over that way. Just purely by the numbers. Population.
And where would be the least? What region of the planet has the least number of combustible tobacco users?
UK. Because what little.
That's not a region. You're
shit.
part of Europe.
I know.
Sorry, you're part of Europe.
I would probably go Europe. I think Russia would probably be big smokers by number.
Who's the least? See, region really confuses people because, we know New Zealand has got a very, very low rate. 50,000 smokers is all that's left in the whole country, right? And they're right next to Australia, which ruins it all, where 96% of the products that are sold are on the black market, both combustible and non-combustible.
Yeah, because I've hammered both of them, aren't they? Taxing the shit out of one and banning the other.
And then you got all those, countries over there that, banned it, prohibited it. And, well, we know that, there's a lot of black market area activity there, too. So here's the facts. I'm not going to labor on this. The Southeast Asia region, which you talked about from India to China, 26.5% of the population smokes cigarettes every fucking day. How's your Empower worked over there?
I could well believe that, yeah.
Total, utter failure. And while you're at it, you were bragging about Europe, right? You don't want to acknowledge the fact, but you're actually kind of shoved into Europe. I know you don't want to be.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
But you're shoved into Europe, and the smoking rate in Europe is 25.3%. 1 in 4 people across all of Europe smoke and love it every fucking day. So unless you give them something that they're going to love more, nothing you do is going to change that.
That's very surprising. I thought it would be about less than that. Not by much, but I thought maybe it's 18, 20, something like that. But fucking that high, Jesus. Wow.
This is based on data and science, so it's a couple years old, but that's what the numbers they had. That's the latest figures I could come up with. Then we move on to the Western Pacific region, where it's 21.9%. The Mediterranean region, the Eastern Mediterranean region, all around the Mediterranean, 13.5%. Because you have countries like, Dimitri's Greece, where they got vape shops all over the place. Italy, vape shops, no problem.
Yeah.
The lowest region on the planet is the African region, where only 7.4% of the people there smoke. Meanwhile, there's where all this fucking money is going.
Wow. Hey, William.
Meanwhile, what was at the Global Forum of Nicotine? How about a 13-year worker from the World Health Organization, a former World Health Organization employee, who clearly stated that misinformation is institutionalized at the World Health Organization, at the body part organizations, at any tobacco control or public health authority, inside the medical community, inside the scientific community, because it's all reinforcing the bullshit that's the most popular, not what is scientifically demonstrated as true. And it's quite obvious to the people like you and me who have lived experience with this and can call bullshit because the pot is calling the kettle black. We know firsthand. We loved smoking.
Yeah, we do. We've done it.
And everything that they suggest that they do would have never worked on us when we were still smoking.
But there is an alternative that does work.
Something else that I found really interesting that they mentioned a couple times in the discussion is that you cannot achieve success by facing irrational arguments. Somebody who presents you with an irrational argument has no foundations in logic. Because if they did, they would realize that their argument is irrational.
Yeah.
They're just looking for a fight. That's it. Perfect example, popcorn lung.
Yeah. Oh.
William Dobson, thank you for the amazing super chat.
Thank you, William. William is a legend. He's a ledge.
Very, very much appreciate that. Buddha Squad, hello and welcome.
Buddha Squad, how you doing, little Buddha Squad?
I think Buddha Squad sent me a Facebook friend request. Is that you, buddy?
Buddha Squad. Oh. A friend request.
If it is, I'll click yes, but there's so many copycat, profiles out there. You don't know who's real and who's not. So, you know who knows whether it's possible to get popcorn lung or not? How about the NIOS inspectors that actually inspected the popcorn manufacturing facility where they originated and have the only 8 diagnosed cases of popcorn lung on the planet? That guy can tell you that vaping is not going to cause popcorn lung.
It wasn't, and it never has been vaping causing popcorn lung. It never will. You know what I mean? Because
the science clearly shows that the amount of diacetyl in e-liquid in your average vape is 750 times more than it is in a single cigarette.
Really?
So it's preposterous to say somebody can get popcorn lung from a vape. If smokers don't get popcorn lung, how the fuck are vapors going to get it when it's 750 times less than the cigarette smoker has with every cigarette?
It's fucking honest to God, man. When you look at it, when you see that, that's how stupid it becomes.
That's exactly how stupid they sound. They're morons. They have a poster child saying that she had bronchiolitis obliterans because she was diagnosed that, and that she's a patient who's recovered from bronchiolitis obliterans, who's now sitting next to a fucking swimming pool crying the blues about how she got popcorn lung from her vape, and does not realize how irrational that argument is. Hey, moron, if you had bronchiolitis obliterans, you would be in a morgue. The camera would have to go to a morgue to film you. Because it is an irreversible condition where the diacetyl coats the entire surface of your lungs.
Yeah, just William said he thought it was the vitamin E acetate. Well, that was what they used to thin the cannabis oil out. That's when they were vaping oil. You know what I mean? That was the problem with that one.
It was vitamin E acetate, and there was a whole Honey Grow who actually took it and commercialized it. They legit took vitamin E acetate, 55-gallon drums of it, from the cargo container that came from China, because everything comes from China, not because we hate China. Yeah. And they legit took their label and plastered it over top of the label from the manufacturer on that 55-gallon drum, and then they put it on a lorry and sold it to the people that were making the THC carts.
Mm-hmm.
But even that wasn't enough to give people the vaping-associated lung injuries. It was somebody who did it in their home garage, making the black market tainted carts that had so much vitamin E acetate in there to thin it out, because it's an oil naturally, and they wanted to thin it out without people failing the shake test before they bought it.
They wanted to thin it out. Those were the people that got sick. Yeah, they want to thin it out as much as they can to make as maximum profit. That's what it basically boils down to.
Yeah, because a 2 mil cartridge for your vape pen, for your marijuana weed vape pen, was over $100.
Yeah.
You don't have that with vaping, because all of these are readily available, and you can DIY your own e-liquid for just a couple bucks. Anyway, getting back to this whole GFN situation there. And getting back to this whole situation here, why I keep saying watch again, that's why this is still put up there, is because this is institutionalized misinformation branding.
Definitely.
They work them up into a religious fervor to go out there and hate smoking. They don't teach them to hate smokers, but that's what happens if you hate smoking and you see somebody smoking, you automatically hate them.
That's shocking, that, like.
This is the reason we get it and they don't. We love smoking. And we love the things that empowered us to stop smoking. They just hate smoking. And they hate the people that smoke.
Well, they're not doing a very good job of stopping them, are they?
They're so stupid, they think that they can achieve a nicotine-free society. They don't have the common sense and reason and logic to foundation to realize that will always be an abject failure and can never be anything other than a total failure that causes more harm than if they did nothing at all.
Again,
something else I learned?
The nicotine's it's not the nicotine that's damaging you. It's the other shit that you're inhaling that's killing you.
And the famous quote that even Mitch Zeller doesn't even fucking know, despite being an FDA regulator. People smoke for the nicotine but die from the tar.
Yeah.
If they can consume the nicotine without the tar, they won't die. And something I learned, because there was this advocate there from Canada, Maria, and I know I'm not going to pronounce her last name correctly, especially off the top of my head, Papanayoni.
Oh, gee, yeah, that's a name.
Great speech she gave out there. You guys can watch any of this. The GFN all 3 days are listed on YouTube. You can watch the replay if you're interested in it, although you're probably not a nut job like I am, and get deep dive into this. And I want to know everything about everything. So that when I hear somebody talking, I know whether they're full of shit or whether they're telling something true or whether they're telling me something that I didn't know about yet, but I can verify to see whether it is true or not.
Yep.
Do you know that the people that make regulations are elected public servants and nothing more? You should not be afraid to reach out to your public representatives, like I did here in Pennsylvania because of the ridiculous law that they're trying to pass, this PMTA registry bill.
fuck's sake, man.
And you know what works the best? Write an actual letter. People our age have no problem sitting down to write an actual letter because we used to do that on a regular basis. If you wanted to reach out to people across the globe before the internet was widespread, that's the only way you could reach out to your family and relatives when they were on a different continent.
Letters and postcards. That's how it used to be.
And she brought up something very interesting that I didn't think of before, but it makes perfect sense. Do you know if you actually write your representative a letter, that goes into the documents that they have to historically keep as communications with them?
Wow.
I mean, technically your emails are archived as well, but there's a lot less letters showing up at these people's doorsteps than there is emails. And they have to read it. They have to literally open the envelope, and the act of opening the envelope, forcing them to pull out the paper and realizing somebody took the time to write them a 5-page letter, is really concerned about something. It can't be dismissed as, this was a CASA fucking mass email that got sent out. I don't need to pay attention to this one.
You've probably got more chance of them reading a handwritten letter than they would the email. But they just took the email to subject. Fuck that. Letter? Ooh.
Somebody in that office is going to read that letter. And you're going to leave an impression on them. And if you want to make a difference, take 5 minutes of your time and sit there and write them an actual letter and mail it to them.
Absolutely.
And you know what they're going to do? This has happened on numerous occasions already. They send you a fucking certificate you can frame and throw on the wall saying, thank you for contacting me about an issue that is important to you. We need more people to be active in their government. Because without you being active in the government, we cannot adequately represent you because we do not know what you want.
Exactly. Exactamundo.
Day 2 of the conference really had the tobacco company consultants, scientists, and dolts who clearly do not understand the vaping consumer on most of the panels.
Yeah.
Okay. They don't understand what works for one consumer may be the antithesis of something that another consumer would use to not smoke cigarettes. They don't understand why we could possibly need 1,000 flavors. They think they should be able to narrow it down to like a dozen or so.
No.
No.
No. That's the whole point of it.
And from foundational logic, here's a question for you. Would you like to have just a list of 12 things that you're going to be able to eat and drink for the rest of your life? That's it?
Nope. Hell no. No. Nope.
I know I wouldn't.
Nope.
I'm always looking for something new to try.
Yeah.
It goes against humanity for you to do this, but the institutional inertia of these organizations prevent them from even seeing a possibility of anything different than what they've done the whole fucking life.
Yeah.
And this whole thing of, we're out here as advocates championing Sweden. Sweden's going to achieve smoke-free status, 5%, right? Well, how about the fact that Nigeria, with a population of 230 million, and Ethiopia, with a population of 130 million, both have smoking rate of 3%. They're already smoke-free.
Pretty much, yeah.
They're already smoke-free countries. Anything less than 5% is considered a smoke-free country. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, 42,000 people in South Africa die every single fucking year from smoking cigarettes. 1 billion will needlessly die this century from tobacco combustion. And that has not changed and will not change unless they change.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit more. God, I just need a couple more minutes of you letting me be on the soapbox. Get this out of my system.
Keep going. Keep it going.
You all right? You all right?
Yeah. Keep it going. I'm loving it. I'm just sitting there letting you just...
Because their fucking poster child for tobacco control is Australia. The toughest in the world. World leading. Kills 50 people every fucking day. Hasn't changed. isn't going to fucking change. 50 people a day, done, dead, end of the day, every day in Australia. All 365 days a year on a leap year. You know what their solution to that is? Fuck you. You didn't quit. What? Where's the humanity and compassion in meeting people where they are?
Non-existent, man.
Meanwhile, Australia has the biggest black market for tobacco products on the fucking planet. Well, sort of. $13 million a day in black market products, totaling over $5 billion a year in black market tobacco. More than half of all the tobacco consumed in Australia comes from the black market. More than 95% of the vaping products come from the black market in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, you've got countries like India, Argentina, Brazil, Singapore, Thailand, Mexico, Vietnam, Maldives, and their poster child, Australia, that has, or in the past, had completely banned tobacco harm reduction products. Fuck you, you're not allowed to have vaping. Or you need to get a doctor's prescription, and there's only like 6 doctors in the country that write them because nobody else knows about them. Meanwhile, go on any street corner in any one of those countries, and you can find a vape shop.
Even the vape shops are past care now, man. You know what I mean?
Mexico banned vaping in their fucking constitution. And if you go to Mexico, I bet in any town in the country you can find a vape shop or somebody selling them. Might be a computer repair shop. Might be your local dairy, gas station, convenience store. Might be a guy standing on a street corner. But you can get a vape. Prohibition does not work. Here's the perfect scientific example. They'd say we need to follow the science. Let's follow the fucking science. Let's take a look at Denmark. You know Denmark banned flavored vaping? You know what happened when they banned flavored vaping? Vaping increased from 7% to 12%. Because they banned it. They created a whole bunch of attention. This is just like, the DARE program. They created a whole bunch of attention around the fact that this is banned, and 5% of the country went, why the fuck did they ban that? Let me try one of them. I got to see what the hell the big deal's about.
Yeah, I'm gonna
this shit's pretty good.
Yeah,
this is pretty good.
Yeah,
I don't have popcorn lung. I like this flavor. I might actually have to cut down on my coffee if I use this now.
Brilliant.
Damn, that's good.
Total opposite effect.
And the best part is, right? They've banned all the flavors except for tobacco and I think mint and menthol, right?
Yeah, that's a surprise, yeah.
So they just did a recent study to find out how many people use the allowed flavors and how many people use banned flavors. 63% said, fuck you, we're using the banned flavors because we want fruit stuff.
Yeah. Fucking right, man. Too right.
Meanwhile, the dumbass tobacco control people think we need stricter bans, and we need to double ban it and triple ban it and then increase the fines on the bans. Dumbass, once you're fucking pregnant, you're pregnant.
Yeah, you can't turn the clocks back on
that. You
that.
banned it. You can't double ban it because, it's like pregnancy. Once you're pregnant, you can't get pregnant again because you're already pregnant. Simple logic. Yeah. Do they not have simple logic?
Hell no. Hell no. Logic.
Here's the logic for tobacco control people, okay? India banned vaping. As part of their ban on vaping, they also banned vaping research. So no researchers in India are allowed to research anything that has anything to do with vaping. Because it's banned. They wash their hands of it.
Yeah.
So here's the flaw in their logic. No scientist can research how big the fucking black market is in India and research to find out how much of an abject failure their ban is, because the research on the ban thing is banned. India can't find out how ineffective their ban is because it's banned to support the ban. What?
What? That's gobbledygook. Oh, my Lord.
This is supposed to be news and science and advocacy, and I know you don't want to keep watching this bullshit fucking propaganda machine from Tobacco Control Conference that's going on right now. So let's take a look at a country that actually banned vaping. Vietnam banned vaping and will fine tourists up to $78 in jail time for bringing an e-cigarette into their country.
Wow.
$78. Can you afford that?
Well, aye. When it comes to their currency, yes.
Country joins others, including Singapore, Thailand, India, and Australia, in banning travelers from bringing a harm reduction product into their country. Because, you know, tobacco control is so good with quit or die, and prohibition works.
If you bring a kilo of cocaine, you'll be fine.
Meanwhile, we have the consistent outlay of big tobacco talking points. Regulation good. Everybody must have regulations. Because we don't know how to fucking operate as a company when you don't have regulations. You know, like toaster companies, they don't have any regulations. I mean, you know, other than basic electronic safety. But Kenny wants to start a toaster company, and, well, Kenny can fucking take his money and go open up a shop and start selling toasters.
Yeah.
You just need to make sure that your design is UL approved so that, you know, when people plug in their toaster, it doesn't burn their house down. Other than that, we don't care how he makes his toasters. He can make a 50-slot toaster if he really wants to. I don't think anybody's going to buy them, but, you know, he can do whatever he wants.
Or a loaf and a toaster. I love it. It's a good idea, that, mate.
I think it's a great idea to have a family-sized toaster. You can make 6 sets of bagels all at once so that you can push the button one time to make bagels for the whole family to have breakfast.
Exactly. Be brilliant.
It's like hotcakes. You know how many families need to make dinner in a timely fashion?
Yeah, exactly. Instead of queuing up with the toaster and put that toast in, you know what I mean?
You know, a big other tobacco talking point at the GFN that they had no problem with, nobody has a problem with, everybody agreed with? We need to have responsible, proportionate excise taxes on all tobacco products, especially pods. What?
Oh,
no! Do you have excise taxes on your coffee?
It's a second work.
Hi, mate. Industry collaboration with regulators is a good thing. Private-public partnerships. You need to found them and fortune them, you know, with all of your legal representations, you know, and encourage them if they want to get reelected to vote your way. And we must have strong enforcement against illegal products because we can't actually fucking compete with them because their ideas are foreign to us and we don't even want to bother to figure out why people are so attracted to this or why people are so attracted to this and why they don't want to buy our crap. We don't really care. As long as we're selling it, nobody else can. Maybe you guys should have more consumers there besides Maria. Yeah. And maybe somebody would get the hint that you guys have lost the fucking clue and you're getting to be as bad as tobacco control. You come and you get a fucking product authorized in the United States, a heat not burn product, and then you get it tied up in a patent war for 3 years. How many fucking people died because you wanted to fucking make an extra 5 cents per fucking cigarette stick? Assholes.
Well, you may have noticed fewer vapor clouds when walking past a group of teens. A new study suggests a new national campaign helped make that happen. Researchers from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration say that the Real Cost campaign, which launched in 2018, likely played a part in reducing youth e-cigarette use by 70% since 2019. Between 2023 and 2024 alone, researchers estimate nearly 450,000 Americans aged 11 to 17 were prevented from using e-cigarettes. Now, the number of middle and high school students who use a vaping product has dropped to its lowest level in a decade. So take a deep, vape-free breath of fresh air and keep the momentum going by talking to your kids about the health risk of vapes.
Right.
The Los Angeles Rams kicked off.
They had to pat themselves on the back because, you know, they're doing such a wonderful job getting people to quit smoking. Meanwhile, in Australia, the war continues. The tobacco war continues. Australia risks losing war on nicotine in the same way as the war on drugs as illegal tobacco sales explode in the country. Authorities should take a harm reduction approach, removing excise for a period and making vapes more available and more appealing to the people who choose to smoke. Wow, what a shocking concept. Meanwhile, here in the United States, the Supreme Court has ruled on a different vaping case. What? Page unavailable? That's so wrong. Well, you know what? That's okay. I have an alternative site. Give me a second. Actually, I think that was my fault. I copied 2 lines because I have an alternate for this story. And you got to see both of them up there. There you go. Supreme Court widens court options for vaping companies pushing back against the FDA rules. So, in other words, if you're a vape manufacturer and you got a denial order from the FDA and you want to sue the FDA saying, excuse me, we provided all the necessary paperwork and there's no reason why you should have banned our product, we are now allowed, as we always were, to file in whatever district of the court system we want to file in, so long as we have somebody in that district that is selling our product. And the FDA said, no, you can't do that. You can only file in the place where it's made or in the place where your primary offices are located. Nobody is allowed to shop courts to get the most favorable potential outcome. And the Supreme Court says, no. If they sell the product in your district, then they can file in that district. They don't have to file wherever their main office is or wherever their main manufacturing plants are. On the federal level, you can file in whatever court you want to file in because justice should be the same no matter where you're at. So there's a win for some of the few big players that are left. Meanwhile, tobacco control got another win. Taxes are going up. Thanks for doxing me, Google. I fucking love you. Taxes on vapes and Zine and most other tobacco products will be going up on July 1st. No, I don't want to log into the Chicago Tribune Review. Don't worry, I got an alternate for your freaking story, too. Figured you were going to do that. Money, hungry, grubby bastards. There you go. Illinois' vaping and tobacco taxes to increase on July 1st. Beginning July 1st, the tax on vaping products is set to go up to 45% the wholesale price.
It was Kenny Barnett coming out like stop all the parents here.
Mute. Okay, the current tax is only 15% in Illinois, and it is now going up to 45%, and they think that that's a great fucking deal. Hippie, 40% tax. Is that where you're at, or is that Illinois? Did the story get it wrong? I know it's that, here in the state of Pennsylvania. How do I know that? Because I ran out of my beautiful Keep It 100 blue, and the wife was working at a different store. She's becoming a regional manager, and there was a vape shop right next door to her salon, actually 2 doors down. So she picked up a bottle for me. I was so freaking happy. She's like, which one did you want? They don't have the nicotine-free stuff here. I'm like, no, because we're in Pennsylvania. There's a flat tax no matter whether it's got nicotine in it or not. Only Ohio has the, 10 cent per milliliter tax for any products containing nicotine, and no tax if there's no nicotine because, well, they don't see the point in it. So this bottle, this bottle from Ohio cost me $13. I could have bought it online for $8, but whatever. $13 in Ohio. Vape shop's got to make some money too, so I'm not going to, smirk at the fact they made $5 on it. Meanwhile, this exact same bottle here in the state of Pennsylvania cost $28. $28.95. So, I think it's freaking ridiculous for something that cost them $3 to make. But whatever. I wanted it. She got it for me. Oh, so excited. So happy. All right, what else we got in the news? More than 2,000 disposable vapes have been seized in the UK after a ban. The disposable vape ban that's gone into effect over in the UK. Well, they're starting to go around and do some inspections, and more than 2,000 have been confiscated from 5 shops in Kent since the items were banned at the start of the month. Trading Standards said officers from the agency in Kent visited more than 80 shops after the ban on the 1st of July, which made it illegal for businesses to sell or supply disposable vapes, whether or not they contain nicotine. Meanwhile, it's got a charging port. It's technically not disposable. Mate, I got you muted. Sorry.
Hi. My apologies. That's how we find out what our jobs are. They bring you up on the night time. That's how we'll find out where we are tomorrow. It's a pain in the tits, but I do apologize.
Nah, no worries. No worries.
That's a pain in the backside.
This is in your country, dude.
I did. Excuse me. I did, because like I said, that video I sent you last week or something, half these shops just don't care. They're still selling them vapes because they've still got shitloads of stock, and they're not going to bin it. They're not going to throw it away. They're going to sell it. And that's why they're getting caught. They're going
to sell it until they run out, and then obviously they're not going to buy them because technically it's not supposed to be available.
Exactly.
But I mean, I don't expect these people to bin thousands of dollars worth of products just because somebody wanted to make a stupid law. I get the idea behind it. I'm all for environmentally safe products, reusable products, but they could have accomplished the same thing by having a recycling program, a mandatory recycling program. If you sell a vape, you have to take back the old ones.
Aye, but at the end of the day, though, the government had no kind of compensation for them to throw all them products away or to have them destroyed. There was no compensation for that. Not like they did when we had the mad cow disease and had to kill all the cattle and burn them. They got compensation for that, but they didn't give them compensation for somebody that spent thousands of pounds on stock that's got to just suddenly throw it away. Oh, shit.
Because nobody should be vaping. It's bad for you.
Well, cows fart, apparently now, so there you go. They're bad for you.
Meanwhile, if they banned any cigarettes that contained, let's say, a tobacco leaf that was made by, pick an arbitrary country you hate this week, I guarantee you those would be compensated for those to be destroyed.
Definitely. Easy.
And I told you guys, here in the state of Pennsylvania, it's been Looney Tunes for a long time with the tax. That's not enough. Now we're going to restrict the products only to PMTA authorized, FDA approved big tobacco products. That I couldn't stay combustion free if that's the only choice I had. I'd be fucked.
Nah.
Meanwhile, we have an opinion here that says illicit vapes signal a deeper criminal ecosystem. What? House Bill 1425 gives Pennsylvania police the tools to find it. You know what they're talking about? All of the convenience stores that are selling these disposables. They're criminals.
Yeah.
It's not FDA authorized product. They shouldn't be selling that.
But they do, because
So-
they don't give a fuck.
If we enact a law that says you have to buy it from an authorized wholesaler, and there's only going to be like probably 2 or 3 of them in the fucking state to serve the whole state, you're only allowed to buy the FDA authorized products, which are all made by Big Tobacco, which conveniently all come from 2 or 3 wholesalers in the state. I wonder if, I wonder if that's why the law was written that way.
Yeah, possibly.
They already know who's going to be selling them. And they put fines in place for anybody that wants to be an unauthorized wholesaler or distributor of these products. So that's what this opinion piece is talking about.
Yeah.
I spent decades putting together cases against criminal networks that hide in plain sight. Well, I'm sorry, but your local corner shop, little Habib, that runs a little, convenience store to sell you your soda and your coffee on your way to work and, your loaf of bread on the way home for dinner, doesn't know he's a criminal because he has these on the shelf. All he knows is the customers keep asking for them. And, well, he wants to keep his customers happy and keep them coming back to his store. So he finds a way to get these. Doesn't know he's a criminal. He doesn't know about all this bullshit with the FDA.
Again,
but here we got some people that say, oh, well, this is great. It's empowering the police to catch all these criminals. Doesn't matter that they didn't know it was illegal for them to do it.
Criminals, I mean, really? What the fuck? Criminals!
Never thought I was going to be a criminal, dude. Well, the Pennsylvania House passes the bill restricting vape sales. Congratulations. None of you fuckers stood up and said anything, so the House has already passed it. Can you please stand up now and write to your senators, your state senators, and tell them not to fucking, pass this bullshit law? And while you're at it, you might as well start writing to the governor because Big Tobacco's got their hands in the kitty and, all their lobbyists right now are pushing these politicians to get this enacted, making any vape shop that sells anything that's not on the 34 authorized products list a criminal.
Shit. Wow, man.
This is nothing more than a Big Tobacco monopoly extension for the state. The state is enforcing a Big Tobacco monopoly. And if anybody says it's anything other than that, they're fucking lying to you. Meanwhile, recreational marijuana is going to end up passing in the state of Pennsylvania. They just haven't figured out whether they want $50 or $100 million for every dispensary that's going to be allowed to sell recreational marijuana. That's the only holdup.
It's mind-boggling because, that's another product that people burn. To burn to inhale. You know what I mean? And there's nothing said about it. You know what I mean? Okay, there is other ways of taking it, but basically a joint, you light it up, it's just like smoking a fucking cigarette. And that's just not tobacco, it's fucking weed.
So why shouldn't they be allowed to vape it?
It's fucking crazy, man.
They should be allowed to vape it. I don't care that you can eat it as a gummy or a piece of chocolate or a candy bar or as a fucking malted beverage or a beer or... I don't care. They should be able to choose however you want to consume it.
They're still promoting smoking, but on a different form, smoking weed.
Meanwhile, they're going to let you actually light it on fire and burn it for recreational purposes. But if you wanted to do that in a vape because you don't want to have tar in your lungs, well, you're fucked. And it's for your own good.
And I mean,
because you should quit or die.
A lot of weed users here in the UK mix it with tobacco anyway to make it last. So
yes,
they're smoking weed and tobacco in the same fucking.
Meanwhile, if they got it as a vape cart, they could do it, and nobody would fucking know that they're actually not killing themselves.
Yeah.
Except for the people that they do it with.
Fucking mad, man.
And it's not just, preposterous stuff here in the state of Pennsylvania. Ohio's got the same shit going on. Just south of Cleveland in Akron, Ohio, they're limiting the growth of new vape and smoke stores. They're not actually limiting smoke stores because they're available at every gas station, every convenience store, and a whole host of other places. They're only talking about this because it's in dealing with vaping. That's the hip thing right now.
These are the guys that should be encouraging, because these are the guys who will have trained staff who will be able to advise people on what to do and what to vape and what they shouldn't vape and all that crap. Not your gas station where they'll just sell you to make a fucking profit. These are the shops where they've got the guys who will introduce you to a vape and they'll actually go on your journey with you. They'll keep backing you up. They'll give you all the advice and all the shite. While, like you said, gas stations, they're just there to make a quick sale. Don't give a fuck what they sell you. You know what I mean? So
these guys are the experts, because when you walk into there and say, listen, I have bought every fucking big tobacco product I could at the convenience store. None of that shit worked for me. I did like some of the flavors, though, but they were just still like this mentholly tobacco-y thing. Can you give me something that's not going to remind me that I really want a fucking cigarette right now?
Exactly.
Sure. What's your favorite dessert that you like to eat? You could eat every single day for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
How about strawberry shortcake? Okay, come on, let me show you. I've got 6 products over here made by 6 different companies. All 6 of them give you a strawberry shortcake flavor. None of them are exactly the same. Which one do you want to try first today?
Exactly.
And if it doesn't work for you, you can pick a different brand next time. If you really love it, then now you found your brand and you don't have to smoke ever again.
Exactly.
It's that simple.
It is.
But people don't get it. Well, here in Akron, we've got a 108 moratorium in place on new vape and smoke shops in Akron. And we want to make sure that there's this new law that goes into effect that says we need to have a minimum distance of 2,500 feet between vape shops in the city. Not allowed to have 2 vape shops competing side by side with each other. What?
What the fuck?
This is the best you have to work on?
If you don't, it's like everything. If you don't have somebody with a competitive market, then they're just going to charge what they fucking want. You know what I mean? You go to one vape shop for a vape and it's $10, and you go to another vape shop and it's only $5. You know where you're going to go, don't you? That's what it is. It's a free market. You need competition.
It's supposed to be a free market in the United States. Land of the free, liberty, all that shit, right?
Bullshit.
Served in the military to make sure that was the land of the free. We got to fucking choose what we do. And nobody's going to tell us otherwise. The fuck happened to this country?
I think they sold you down the river a long time ago, man. Big stuff.
If you want to open up a shop right next to another shop, and you want to make sure that you sell everything they don't, guess what? You're both are probably going to succeed. Because now you've created a mini mega mall of harm reduction.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, I know for a fact, because it's happened in Cleveland, certain vape shops work with certain city council members to ensure that this kind of shit happen because they didn't want any competition.
Yeah. What? 20 shots fired at a vape shop. What?
Oh, air conditioning commercial! I have music I can't turn off.
20 shots fired on the city's west side, and it sent one man to the hospital. All this unfolding in a vape shop parking lot off 410. Rania Kaur has what we need to know about this investigation.
Police say the shooting happened in the parking lot of a vape shop. According to authorities, 2 people were shot at when they were leaving the Raw Gas Club San Antonio on Southwest Loop 410. As they were driving away, police say they yelled at 2 people in another car. Police say the 2 in the other car got upset and as they were driving away, fired shots. One person was hit in the arm and taken to the hospital. This morning, police told KENSEI the victims were not cooperating with police. This is still an ongoing investigation. As soon as we learn more, we'll bring it to you on air and online at KENSEI.com. Rania Kaur, KENSEI.
Whoa. So what exactly is the vape shop got to do with this shooting? Fuck all.
They just happened to be a business that was in the proximity for the car park where it happened.
It wasn't getting robbed. It wasn't fucking interfering with it anyway. You got two pissed off individuals who didn't like the policy and decided to open fire on them in a random car park, which just so happened to have a fucking vape shop in it.
You know what this fucking reminds me of? I'm going to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but this exactly reminds me of the shit that happened during COVID. During COVID, if hospitals put a COVID diagnosis on a patient, they got paid more.
Yeah. And also,
are news agencies getting an extra paycheck or an extra kickback if they mention vape in a story?
Also,
that puts it in a bad
people who
light.
Died. We had cases in the UK, I don't know if they're true or not, where people died, not necessarily from COVID, but they actually put COVID on their death certificates, even though it wasn't COVID that killed them. It could be pneumonia, but COVID went on their death certificates, which was horseshit.
You probably had the same shit set up over there. If there was a COVID diagnosis, the government had given you a flat extra amount to deal with the COVID situation.
So
you got a kickback. Whether you had COVID or not, if they put COVID on your chart, well, they got extra money for taking care of you.
Trust us, somebody got very, very fucking rich out of that bullshit. Very rich. I can guarantee
That's
it.
like the fucking vape ban that's in Utah right now, and they're still making hay about the fact that we're starting to enforce this because we're finding some of you didn't actually close shop. You changed the name of your business, and you're still selling the same shit that's not allowed to be sold in our state. Empty shelves. That's all you're going to find at VIP Vapors, and the customers are not happy. Make them drive out of state to get a fucking product so they don't smoke cigarettes? And you think that's a good idea? Black market only causes more harm than if they would have done nothing at all.
Exactly.
Across Utah.
We get an email very, very late on Friday afternoon. Basically said the ban is in effect as of right now.
I'm Ben Winslow in Springville. A ban on the sale of flavored vape juices is now being enforced.
For now, I have the pillows, pouches, or I've got nicotine gum.
Customers don't have a lot to choose from right now at VIP Vapors. The shop was forced to pull flavored vape juices from shelves, and some aren't happy.
Take some responsibility and with your kids and not tell me what I can buy and what I cannot buy.
Shop owner Juan Bravo says it's crippled his business.
We're down to doing a fraction of what we were doing, by selling non-vapor products. These are vapor establishments.
Last year, the Utah legislature passed a bill banning the sale of flavored vape juices in an effort to curb youth use. The Utah Vapor Business Association, a group representing shops like Bravo's, sued, arguing it went too far and also impacts adults. A federal judge struck down part of the law, but allowed the ban to go forward.
And now it's being enforced even though there's an active appeal happening.
The Utah County Health Department, which ordered VIP Vapors and other shops to stop selling, tells Fox 13 News, while the state litigation is ongoing, we are enforcing the law in accordance with direction from the state, court rulings, and our mandate to work in the best interests of public health. Different health departments across Utah are enforcing.
Liars! Institutionalized misinformation. You are doing a disservice to the community. What is your service to that person right there who uses these products to not smoke? The only option you're leaving for him is to drive out of the fucking state to get what he needs or to go back to smoking.
That's shit, that like. Wow.
Enforcing the law differently. Some tell me the ban is being enforced immediately, while others say they're giving shops a deadline to comply.
Research has repeatedly shown that flavored vapes is attractive and appealing to youth and is one of the drivers of them initiating use. And they're marketed specifically that way, right?
Pam Holliday and Christy Sharp work in youth prevention in southwestern Utah. They offer education and resources to children and families on vaping and believe the law will help to further curb youth.
Because they
No,
don't
it
know about
fucking
vaping.
won't.
They do not
No, it
understand vaping.
But the reality
You
of
are
it
harming the
is,
public.
the reality of it is, the youths are not buying the products from vape shops. They're buying from Rajiv on the corner fucking shop. That's where they're getting them.
And they're still going to get them from the same place.
Exactly.
Use. Recent student studies show teen vape use in Utah has started declining.
We do upstream prevention.
Has? It's declined massively. It's dropped like a rock in a cavern.
And they're going to check the fucking glory for another.
Exactly. It's like the earlier story where, you know, they were patting themselves on the back for the lower combustible cigarette use. Yeah. Okay. New hashtag. Are you smoking yet? Are you smoking yet, Utah?
Support.
We need your tax
your
money.
Government. He's put support your government. Smoke 2 packs a day.
Fuck off.
And around policies, even at our local schools.
I'm a parent. I don't want my child using these products. I've always said this is an adult product for adult smokers.
The Utah legislature may look at the ban's effectiveness during its interim meetings this summer. A bill to overturn the ban didn't get very far.
We still maintain there is a way of working together. There is still a way of keeping these products out of the hands of minors.
The Utah Vapor Business Association is asking a judge for an injunction. In Springville, Ben Winslow, Fox 13 News, Utah.
Yeah. Good luck with that one.
They've just banned it instantly. They haven't given him any kind of day or time to get rid of his old stock. That's bullshit.
And kids don't use bottled liquid. That's the best part. That's the best part right there.
Yeah. All disposables.
Tell me this isn't only done to profit big tobacco and big pharma and big healthcare.
Obviously it is, isn't it? I just gotta get away with this.
This I thought was a pretty interesting story. And I normally don't cover this kind of stuff, but, you know, bin lorry fires surge due to improper vape disposal.
Because there is no recycling bins or anything for disposable vapes. So people throw them in
according to this story, the actual lorries have a container that you're supposed to put the disposable vapes into. According to this story, the policy in that town is if you have a vape that you want to dispose of, you put it in a plastic bag, in a Ziploc bag, and you put it on top of your disposable bin, your trash bin, and the lorries have a separate compartment on the outside where they put these things in case they catch on fire.
News to me.
Also goes for cell phones and laptop batteries.
Dope. I've got all my old fucking batteries here, and for me to get them recycled, I've got to travel fucking 3 miles up the road and go to a proper recycling centre, who probably don't even know how to fucking handle them. Because fucking, I think my friend went up, he said, I've got some lithium batteries. What do you want me to do with them? Well, I'm disposing them, you fucking prick, you know what I mean? But they've got to be in plastic cases, apparently. They've got to be sealed. They can't be laminated. I says, well, obviously, because they'll fucking short if you leave them open, you thick cunts. They're not educated, man. Even the councils are not educated. They have no idea. All they do is blit the fucking bad news when one blows up. That's all they do, but they don't educate themselves on it.
How many old cell phone batteries were disposed of in the bins and nobody heard anything about them blowing up?
No.
They no longer worked for your phone, so you'd order a replacement battery for your phone and you just swap the battery out. Nowadays, you can't take the battery out of your phone because they don't want you to be able to actually turn it off all the way.
Stupidity, man.
But they say that, according to the National Fire Chiefs Council, battery fires in bins and waste sites is an all-time high, and the surveys of councils across the UK found that 94% said that the fires caused by batteries in domestic waste were increasing challenge for them to deal with. Have a proper recycling program. Job done. Move on.
Simple.
You could very easily, with the stroke of a pen, make the shops that sell you the electronic components take them back when you no longer need them. That applies to any electronic thing. Laptops, cell phones, vapes, whatever.
I think that actually supposed to, but it's discretionary. It's up to the shop if they want to do it. Down to cost. That's what it's down to, just cost.
Well, they make it mandatory for us not to be able to buy these products in a local store, so why wouldn't they make a national recycling program mandatory?
Exactly.
Because the convenience store industry would have a shit fit over it?
Yeah.
Is that the real reason?
Possibly.
There's no profit in it. There's no profit in it. Well, they don't want to do it.
And yet they're crying out for fucking lithium batteries. On the other side of the coin, they're crying out for you to recycle lithium batteries. Okay. Oh, shit.
All right, so let's scroll past all this mumbo jumbo. Anything else we need to cover? Oh, this is the actual thumbnail from the story that's in our thumbnail. EU countries call for vaping crackdown and push for updated tobacco laws. Health ministers from across the European Union have called for tougher stance on vaping and nicotine pouches, urging the European Commission to speed up the long-delayed revision to the bloc's tobacco laws. TPD2 has not been enacted, and somebody's having a shit fit about it.
Yeah.
That's what it boils down
Pretty
to.
much. Yeah. TPD2.
More fucking bullshit, popcorn long stories. We already talked about how that's not possible. They don't care.
Nope. They don't give a
They don't give a tosser.
Oh, yes. Thanks, but he said, you almost forgot.
Almost forgot. Thank you, bastard. Gotta test to make sure that stuff actually still works.
Yeah, man.
Almost time to get a drink. Are you ready to take a drink?
Yeah.
The current incarnation of the e-cigarette was not invented by one of the major tobacco companies. It was invented in China.
Vaping is better than smoking.
Thank you.
So what? It is. Almost brilliant. Brilliant. There you go. Yes. Yeah. Flavor explosion.
Awesome. Awesome. All right, flavor explosion.
Yum, yum, yum.
Up for your entertainment today is Kenny's favorite.
I've got some Heineken today, matey. I fancy a little change. There you go. Heineken, product of Amsterdam, I believe. It's like a Dutch beer. This one is a 440 ml can with an absolute lovely 5% alcohol by volume. It is a malt lager made with multi hops. And yes, very tasty. Only small ones because I am driving tomorrow, so just a small one or two. Over to you, sir.
And I pulled out the old can from the fridge. Nice ice cold Stella Artois.
Got the Stella La French.
Beautiful
bière.
12 fluid ounce can.
The bière from Le Frappé. Ah.
Cheers, mate. Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers. Dink. Oh, that's nice.
Nothing like a good, crisp, refreshing beer on a hot summer day.
Oh yes. It's see, also it gets warmer on the night time at the minute rather than during the day. It's been windy, bit chilly. I've got a bit of rain. Now then the sun comes out on the night time and you're like hot again. You're like, what the fuck's going on?
You're 16. I'm 39.
Oh, it's lovely. It's a nice cool 16 degrees.
Although you have 16 degrees with 87% humidity, I've got 39 with 50% humidity.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's muggy, cruggy, muggy, like us. But yeah, at least it's cooled down a bit. So, love it, man. Love it.
Hand checks. Let's get our hand check started. I'll get started since Kenny probably doesn't have his there. Here we got the Blaze Pro Max RTA. How can you tell the difference? We got, this is the Blaze Max, and this is the Pro Max. The airflow, honeycomb airflow for the Pro Max versus slots for the Blaze Max.
Yeah, that's what mine is. Mine's the Max. Got the slotted airflow. The Max. Still use this. Still a daily driver.
And
absolutely love it.
The Hellvape Hellbeast. Look at that logo.
Oh dear, very nice.
Nice. Can't actually. That's actually text. You can read it.
Yeah. Very nice.
Definitely restricted direct lung, and I feel bad because I fucked up when I was doing the recording for the unboxing for that. The e-liquid I put in there, I forgot to put the sweetener in it. So I'm like, the flavor on this is just so. It is super quiet. It is a cloud chucker. It crackles, but the flavor is just meh. And then I'm like, hey, dumbass, you didn't put any sweetener in that liquid. That's what's wrong with it. As soon as I put the sweetener in there, I used the same bottle that I have in the other ones. Now that I've used it, I'm like, the flavor's good in there. It's really good. And I can't believe how quiet it is.
It is. It's very quiet. All you can hear is just your crackling off your thingy. You know what I mean? So
it's quieter than the fan that I have blocked out from this microphone because I set the levels where the gate kicks in and out.
Yeah.
That fan is louder than this, and this is right next to the microphone.
Wow.
Fabulous. Cool. And I still have this one. Still chuffing away on this one. The Watofo Next Pod Refillo.
That's bad.
My wife's working on the Freemax one. They have a new tank system that's come out. There's 2 pods and 3 different mods that go with it. The pick from, she's using that.
The new Freemax, that's correct.
I've got a lot of editing to do this week. Hopefully the temperature drops when it starts raining tomorrow. And I can get these videos edited and published. I'm 4 behind now.
You're getting there, though.
Knock on wood, the graphics drivers have been stable. No real hiccups today.
Yes, that's very good. You were saying, yeah. That's
updated to the latest studio driver, and it's been flawless.
Really?
I'm excited. Finally a decent set of drivers for this graphics card. Oh.
I've just updated mine because it was doing that black screen shit again when the Ben was there watching playing The Sims. Screen kept going black now and then. So they brought another game driver out. So I've updated that and just it's just a case of wait and see now. I'll tell the
This video card is actually most of the time very energy efficient. It's only used in maybe 25-30% of the electricity that my old graphics card uses. That's why I was kind of like dreading today's show, because my old graphics card is in the other computer by the table. And granted, it's not doing much. It just has OBS running on it with a thumbnail slideshow for the monitor behind me. But
yeah,
having two computers running in this little tiny room and all these freaking spotlights, which this one isn't even turned on. But I need to turn it on now that we got the overhead stuff, because we got all kinds of different things to talk about. Cloud Chucker, hello and welcome. Came just in time for the hand checks. Let's roll a bumper. And blast from the past. This is the Aspire Atlantis tank that I originally used to quit smoking. When I got done with the Bigfoot murder kit and I ran out of coils, I yanked out the old Aspire kit and threw it on top of the actual mod. And I was rocking that until I could get coils for the Bigfoot murder kit. And then I got rebuildables and got into that.
That's cool.
None of my tanks nowadays do this. Then again, none of the tanks that I have nowadays have airflow openings in the actual drip tip to thin out your vapor. That's unique to back to that. And have you ever seen anybody make coils like this?
Holy shit.
Forget about that they're doubled up, but at an angle where it's split in the middle for your drippers.
I'm just trying to figure the wicking.
Well, the wick would have to go down through this hole, up through here, down through here, and then down in this hole. It'd be a pain in the ass to wick, but as a dripper, especially when you're using just plain round wire, I think that's an interesting idea. For an RDTA?
I mean, saying that was for some drippers with round wire coils, some people just used to drip straight on the coils. And used to probably fucking wick in.
They didn't even put wick in it, yeah.
Nah, just drip straight on the coils, took a hit, drip again.
I mean, that is pretty impressive.
It's clever, like. I mean, I give them a shows. I just wonder what the kind of fucking resistance they're pulling out.
I don't know. Interesting.
There's a lot of metal there. There's a lot of metal there, isn't there, when you think about it? It's all still joined like as one piece per coil.
Yeah. There you go, a bastard. Lovely contribution from Australia.
Ooh.
Look at that thing.
That's very nice.
Got himself a pint.
Yeah.
I bet it's not Foster's. The fake Australian bear.
No, it'll be not Dobby Foster's. Back down the love.
The tourist beer. Hey, Freemax, how come you didn't send me this? Send me your pod mod system.
The Maxis.
Yeah, look at those lights. I know Kenny's like, fuck those lights.
I knew you'd be into them, like, you know what I mean? You're like a fucking magpie, anything shiny. Woo!
Oh. That's the M Pro 3 tank on the Maxis 2. I still pull out my Maxis every once in a while. To set that up.
Still a nice
maybe
little
we'll do that
setup
as a retro
for
vape next week. Oh yeah.
That's nice.
And a reminder, vaping saves lives. That's why we do the show every day. That's why we advocate for tobacco harm reduction. And the World Vapors Alliance is out there fighting this propaganda. They're outside of the convention halls where they're in there singing and chanting like a bunch of religious cult members. Meanwhile, outside, they're talking about how It's not about safety. It's about control. They want to control your lives. And if they win with vaping, they're coming after your coffee and your alcohol and God knows what else next. Sugar and whatever else fancies their little public health interests. Harm reduction works. Consumers know it. Policymakers ignore it. Voices unheard. Consumers matter.
Yep.
There you go.
That's
What a sexy little beast.
That is gorgeous. Holy moly, that is really nice. I love that.
I'm telling you, dude, I would love to get into making these ones. You get a variable voltage box mod, and I can get my wife to decorate the outside of it with different, designs and patterns, and then epoxy over top of it all.
That looks really nice, that way.
Hell yeah, I could get myself a mini lathe and actually, make our own drippers.
Yeah, man. He's a cake one.
There you go. Patrick dropped this one on Twitter, sent it as a direct message to me. So if you don't have Discord, don't want to get on Discord, you have Twitter or X, feel free to send me a direct message with your hand checks for the week, and we'll get them on the show. We have Vapetasia's Killer Custard e-liquid and the Megavolt.
Nice. Very nice. Can't see the top.
The top?
Oh, he's got a pipe with something stream.
This is Robert Lawyer's Camry e-pipe.
He's got a pipe. That's so cool.
Yeah, I thought that's cool as hell.
I've been tempted to get one of them, I've been looking.
I've never actually seen one in a store. Ever.
Oh, you can get them over here. Definitely get them over here. Somewhere to mix them, but I've always wondered what would be like.
So this is the Camry e-pipe K1000 circa 2014-2015. Don't have the original RTA, so he put a K-Fun RTA from 2013-2014 on it. The device was gifted to him by his neighbor.
That's awesome. What a fucking gift.
That is.
That's brilliant.
That's an awesome gift.
That's lush. Box and all, a little carry case and everything. That's mint.
Yeah. Like your eyeglass cases.
Yeah. That's so cool.
I had one here.
Ooh.
Here you go. Here's the Torin RDA Vortex 30 with a beautiful set of coils that has been dry burned. That's one of the videos I need to finish editing and get uploaded.
They're nice, they're very nice. Very nice indeed, sir.
$350 mech. Are we talking about this one? This one. The Megavolt?
Ah, right. Megavolt, yeah.
And William Dobson's contribution. Gorgeous. Love it.
Oh, I wonder what that is on top.
Can't imagine.
Oh, please. Got the honeycomb one on the top, Blotto?
Is William out there? You still here? We've discombobulated everybody by starting an hour later today. It's all right. They'll get used to it. It's going to empower me to do a show on Thursdays too, so it's going to be nice.
Gotcha.
So that's all we have for the hand checks. It's time for the dad jokes.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. call advice from a vapor. Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did a vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
You know, honestly, vegan food ain't that bad. You know, once you add some meat and cheese to it.
Yeah, there's some proper stuff how to do it.
Here is the top 3 world's biggest battleships location right now. We have the Yamato in the bottom of the ocean, the Iowa, and the Bismarck.
The HMS Bismarck. Damn.
Cool.
That's cool, that thing.
Makes me want to go back and watch Midway again. Been a hot minute since I've seen that.
Damn. We're gonna fucking baby this cunt is. Jesus.
Dude, is your dog like this too? You grab your keys and he's like, hey man, where are we going?
No. He guns.
You never spoiled him like that.
He says, I don't want to go. Do I have to go?
Nah, our dogs are like, let's go. You look at your keys and they're like at the door waiting like, what's taking you so long?
No, not in. He says, fuck that. I'm comfortable.
Here's an actual photo of myself after I went outside to get the mail.
That will be you lately for the heat wave.
Yep. Speaking of heat wave, down in Sicily, here's the picture of the eruption of Mount Etna. Kind of gives you the illusion like there's a phoenix in the sky.
I thought it was a bird for a minute. So I said, what the fuck?
That's the lava flow off of the volcano.
Yeah, that's right. Looks cool, doesn't it?
Yeah. Jägermeister, helping women lower their standards for years.
Oh, it can't be a Jaeger bomb. Love a Jaeger bomb.
You know, John Wayne once walked into real fire because he refused to let a stuntman play the hero Red Adair lived every single day of his life. In 1968, Wayne starred in Hellfighters as Chance Buckman, a character based on the legendary oil well fighter Red Adair, known for risking his life extinguishing towering oil blazes. Adair didn't just inspire the role, he worked right on the set as the film's technical advisor. Wayne, always chasing authenticity, met with Adair before filming and studying his work closely. But he didn't stop there. During one intense scene, Wayne stood closer to a raging oil fire than anyone recommended. The heat was blinding and his eyebrows were literally singed off. The crew rushed in, he waved them off and said, hell, if Red Adair can do it, so can I. Firefighters may not top the list of Wayne's biggest hits, but it burned with real danger, real heroism, and the kind of grit that made both Wayne and Adair legends in their own right. Hellfighters.
Yeah.
If you ain't never seen it, go watch it.
Film. Brilliant film. I remember that.
I get so jacked off because this is one that I have to pull the DVD out to watch because Amazon says that somebody has exclusive rights to it and I can't stream it. So I legit have to pull out the DVD player and put the disc in. But it's well worth the time. Fantastic story.
Awesome movie.
Real life story. Hey, do you recognize this guy? The guy on the left was arrested and convicted for illegally selling missiles to Iran during the Reagan administration as part of the Iran-Contra affair. The guy on the right is a Fox News military analyst, who incidentally is the same guy.
Yeah, I would like to take the Fifth Amendment. Remember that. Did you sell this?
Meanwhile, the motherfucker got pardoned, and there he is now, a military analyst on Fox News talking about how Iran shouldn't have missiles. Motherfucker, you gave it to him.
You sold them.
Ronnie told you to, and you said, yes, sir. You went to jail for it.
Holy fuck, man.
How to find Kentucky on a map. Here's Meemaw holding a pan with Kentucky Fried Chicken right there. That's Kentucky.
Hell yeah.
And you'll never unsee it.
No.
Meemaw. Meemaw is the abbreviation for the states that make up this person. Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, and Louisiana. Can't you believe I have a brain fart every time I get to Missouri and Arkansas? Can't remember those two states. But I'll definitely remember Tennessee and Kentucky and West Virginia and Ohio and Illinois and Indiana and Michigan, Wisconsin. Anyway. You know, I knew a guy who worked at the morgue, and when he was new at the job, his coworkers encouraged him to prank the boss by getting on the slab in one of the drawers to jump scare him when he pulled him out. So he strips off, lies on the slab, and the coworkers cover him up. Slid the slab all the way and closed the door. Thing is, inside the storage, there are no walls between the slabs, so he's lying there in the dark with all the corpses becoming increasingly anxious. After about 5 minutes, the corpse next to him says, cold here, isn't it? And he tried to sit up so fast he nearly knocked himself out. It was the boss on the slab next to him.
That's fucking brilliant, that. that is brilliant. Holy unit, you fucking boss. Jesus.
I bet your wife would like that story.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah, meanwhile, there's me, 3 o'clock in the morning. It's fucking 78 degrees still in my bedroom because the air conditioner hasn't caught up because the temperature outside hasn't cooled off long enough. And there I am daydreaming about how it would be like to do CPR on a giraffe instead of actually getting a good night restful sleep.
It's kind of a true fact, wouldn't it? You want to run 10 foot or so from one of the fucking other, you know what I mean?
I yelled downstairs, Mom, Dad's home. She did not find it as funny as I did.
Oh, ouch. Oh, dear.
Hey, what's something you can say both to your rotisserie chicken and your significant other? I prefer you without skin. What?
What? What?
That's the world we live in. Everyone kept hitting their heads as soon as they walked down my stairs, so I hung up a sign as a warning.
Duck. Like that. That's cool. They're very clever, these ones, maybe.
Have you heard about the Wiener Wars? We got Hans Solo, Chudacha, we got Doc Vapor, and Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Fuck it now.
Bill Paxton and Lance Henriksen, the only 2 actors to be killed by the Terminator, Predator, and the Alien.
Really cool bastards. Do you want to come in Predator 3, do you? Fuck off. I don't last 2 minutes.
I haven't felt normal ever since I left my home on the range. Relax, you're just deranged.
Oh,
You'll be fine. He was only a redneck until his homemade hot tub made him a genius.
Oh, fuck.
The old metal wheelbarrow, you stick it inside your pool, turn it into a hot tub.
I think there's safer ways than that to do it.
Man, that'd be especially enjoyable at night.
I suppose you could double up and have a bit of a barbecue as well on the top of it, so there you go.
Yup. Here's a woman's guide to a man's English. If he says I'm hungry, he means he's hungry. If he means he's sleepy, he says he's sleepy. And when he says he's tired, he's tired. Do you want to go to the movie? He means I'd eventually like to have sex with you. And if he says, can I take you out to dinner? That also means the same thing. Yeah. And if he wants to call you out sometime, or if he says, may I have this dance? It all means the same. And when he says nice dress, he actually means nice cleavage.
Yeah.
When he says what's wrong, he means I don't see why you're making such a big fucking deal out of this situation. And if he says what's wrong again, what meaningless self-inflicted psychological trauma are you going through right now that you're going to force me to help you cope with? And when he says what's wrong, he's basically admitted that he knows that sex is off the table tonight.
I'm bored. Do you want to have sex?
I love you. Let's have sex right now.
Yeah.
I love you too. Okay, I said it. We better have sex now. Yes, I like the way you cut your hair. I had no idea you even fucking did anything to it. Looks the same as it always does. Yes, I like the way you cut your hair. How much did you fucking spend on that thing? And how much did you tip the lady that molested your hair?
Fucking brilliant.
You know, you might be a hillbilly, but you'll never be as hillbilly as the guy driving a 6-door Suburban, towing a 3rd-gen Camaro on a lifted 4x4 chassis.
That is very odd. That's just wrong. The Camaro
looks like it should be in
wrong.
GTA.
Yeah, that's just wrong, that Camaro. You've just ruined a perfectly good classic car.
I can't get him to do anything. Why don't you talk to him? Don't you think I've tried? He won't even listen when I tell him to put some clothes on.
The thinker. Thinker's parents, I like that.
Forget riding your bike with no helmet when we were growing up. The most dangerous thing you could even think about doing was touching the thermostat.
Oh, yeah. Don't you dare turn that heating up or turn it on for that matter.
Go put a sweater on.
Yeah.
Busier than a cucumber in a women's prison.
Oh, gee.
I just want to be rich enough that I don't get angry at beef jerky prices anymore. $8 for a bag that has 8 pieces in it. Are you fucking insane?
That's $1 a piece. Jesus.
Science-based bodybuilding just dropped their brand new branding logo. What do you think of it?
It's clever. I would like to try that in real life. Get a load of you through and see who can grab who. That'd be mint. Be a good party trick,
Looks like
wouldn't
they're
it?
standing in a circle jerking each other off.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Depends if it's male or female.
I don't even want to think about it if they're all wearing Depends. Now, gentlemen, who will start the bidding for this splendid pair of knockers?
Oh, Jesus. I love them.
Oh, I know how much you love those classic cartoons.
Oh, the mint. Absolutely class.
When you just want to do your Zoom call, but the cat wants to start an OnlyFans?
Oh, Jesus. Ass in the camera.
Morning, y'all. Doing okay? Can I get you anything? Coffee, meds, straitjacket? You tell me what you want. I'm here to help out.
All three. Please.
Some people aren't your friends. They're just scared to be your enemy.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you walk around that. That's just okay.
My great-grandma started giggling at the barbecue, and when I asked what's funny, she said, "Everyone here is alive because I got laid."
Hey, look at how true can that be, though?
Don't you love it when Granny gets a little senile?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, these kids nowadays will never understand the tragedy we had to live through. They think the worst thing that can happen is the Wi-Fi coming off. Let me tell you a story about this movie I wanted to watch and couldn't.
I remember that many a time.
Waffle cone nachos? Hey, where do I get these things?
They look nice.
You got a waffle cone, you can dip it in the caramel sauce, get a little whipped cream on it.
That looks really nice.
I wish my life had background music so I could at least know if I'm a drama, comedy, or a horror show.
Yeah.
Joke, gag. Lick. Boner performs a Heimlich maneuver.
You're like, ooh.
It's been a rough week so far, but on a positive note, I didn't need any bail money, and I don't have to hide any bodies, so, things aren't that bad.
That's a damn good week.
If McDonald's sold hot dogs, would you be able to, with a straight face, order a McWiener and tell them to supersize it?
Never thought about that, like McWiener.
When your car has the same rims as a garbage can, Volkswagen's ripping you off.
Oh, yes. Took a photo of a garbage can. We'll next more of that.
Oh, that's not my family. That's how many people I've hit with this car.
Yep.
I've taken the kids to the arts and crafts event, and they wouldn't let me leave until they had done this. They say that now we match. I'm getting the candles. The saddle stays on.
Right on, Gabba.
Women should stay pure until marriage, but men should gain experience. So who are the men gaining the experience with?
Married women.
Hal, talk to me, Hal. Oh no, I'm a ghost pepper.
Gets a visit from the Carolina Reaper. Okay, now.
We are trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
Okay. It's gonna need more. It's gonna need more than a fucking warranty after that lot fucking reaches it. Jesus.
Hey, catches the biggest fish. Can't post a pic because his wife thinks that he's still at work.
Yeah, that's fucked.
How distant aliens would see Earth's history. For aliens living 80 light years away, World War II is, still occurring.
Wow.
For aliens living 65 million light years away, dinosaurs are still roaming the Earth. Aliens living 4.6 billion years away, the solar system hasn't even formed yet. Just,
that's
put
weird.
time into perspective.
That's weird but interesting.
The speed of light and the vastness of the galaxies in the universe?
Yeah. That's weird.
Put Star Trek in a whole new frame of mind.
Yeah. Definitely.
You don't go exploring space to go to a specific destination. You explore it to find who's been technologically advanced long enough for you to even communicate with them.
Yeah. It's a voyage of discovery, not a voyage of a destination.
You know, he lied on his resume, but got the job anyway.
Security dog.
Something about that look.
Yeah, definitely evil little bastard.
They
Evil
are,
little
aren't
bastard.
they?
Oh, what?
Wow,
Oh.
Google Maps really did change it. Gulf of Cowboys suck.
Oh, it's the Gulf of America. Now it's the Gulf of Cowboys suck, is it?
Hey, dude, I found a new mechanic for my truck. So far it's broke like 6 times.
Okay, let's go with that.
Always something wrong with it. I didn't know I needed a dinosaur dog holder until now.
That is mint. That is so cool.
You know, I can make that with my little welder. I don't need my big welder to make that.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Can we please bring back trade schools and actual fundamental logic tests in elementary education?
That ain't gonna work, that padlock. But the padlock may be handy as like a handle to help you get it out.
It's just stupid.
It is.
Summer schedule. From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. we got all the flies, and from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. we got all the mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes are the bastards.
And just
They're
like
even
that,
better.
Mark.
Yeah, I
Mark
wanna
was
make them. I
never
want to.
invited to the family cookout ever again.
That's brilliant. You can make them. We'll have to make some of them. Definitely. Holy shit. Yes, they're brilliant. Absolute class.
I could throw one of those together real quick for the next time wife wants to have a cookout out back.
Go on. I dare you. I dare you to do it. Go on. Deal with the Go on. I dare you.
I'll take it. That'll be the first short on this channel.
Yeah, you do it. Go on. Do it.
I'll set them up inside the grill. I'll set them up
Yeah.
inside the grill. I want to see the look on her face when she opens that hood.
Darling, we give us a wiener out the barbecue.
I've never seen a flow chart described so accurately. Here you have the managers, the executives, the departments, and the rest of us getting shit on.
Yeah. All get
every
shit
fucking
on.
day. Because when the top manager looks down, all he ever sees is shit. And when the guys look up, all they ever see are assholes.
Yeah, that's just such a good fuck. That's so clever. That very good. I like that.
When deer season is
Whoa.
over and you're ready to shoot that annoying squirrel, we have
Fucking
the
hell, what the-
Squirrel 9000.
What on earth?
Rocket-propelled
Holy-
squirrel trap.
Holy moly! Shit.
Militarized police protecting the giant donut. Satire is impossible at this point in the United States.
Checking the giant donut. Really?
Well,
Oh, alien predator. That's mint.
gotta love sci-fi.
You went from ET up to fucking aliens.
Hey man, this is the worst logo for a skin treatment center ever.
Nah,
Medicare
that's
Skin
fucking,
Center.
That's what do you call it? Fucking Resident Evil, in it? The Umbrella Corporation of Resident Evil zombies. That's what it was.
The BDSM community needs to get in on the protests. If hordes of leather and latex people charged into rubber bullets, yelling, "Harder, Daddy!" doesn't unnerve the police, I don't think anything will.
Oh, fucking hell.
Meanwhile, here's a beautiful map depicting all the bodies on Everest that never made it to the top or never made it back down.
Still there as well, just preserved. I've watched the program about that. How many, like, the people are dead and they've actually got them. You can go and see them. They're just frozen in ice, still preserved. Haven't decomposed.
You can go and
or
see
nothing.
them. You might even have a
Yeah.
good chance of joining them.
Yeah. Literally, they've got them where you can actually see that's frozen in the ice. And they've actually got them on display at certain points. Weird, man.
Got some new arrows for deer season. you know, if they think it's a car, they'll just stand there and watch it come and kill them.
That's pretty much true, yeah.
Doesn't work that way?
Or a bright light. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to have lights on the cars. That's why it won't work.
Yeah.
Forget about the physics of how it would fly through the air.
It's the headlights.
All right. Pick a month you were born. Pick a day and a number that you were born on. Kenny, you start.
I needed Homer. well, because I'm a pimp. Come on, your
I
turn.
ran naked with some crackheads.
Oh, God.
Because I'm sexy like that.
I bet
When you all got the same mom, but different dads. And I can tell
so true.
You're an American. Because that's not what the shit looks like in England.
Nope.
But when you have the same dad, but different moms.
Oh, fucking hell. Dad's been very busy. Holy moly.
You know, you're just a typical Dr. Pecker. Ooh. You know, amazing what a wig and some jewelry can do.
Oh, fucking hell. That's creepy.
Don't tell me aliens don't exist on this planet.
I think they do. Definitely. Men in Black.
My uncle with 3 felonies been pretty sad lately, so I remodeled his room so, you know, he can feel home again.
Prison cell. Holy shit.
You know, they all smelled vaguely of Marlboro, Boone's Farm, and Aquanet. And that was a glorious time in our lives.
Wow. Big hair, big shoulder
When you want
pads.
everyone to know that you are into some freaky stuff, here's the perfect pair of sneakers.
They're mint. I like that. They're cool.
You'd wear that, wouldn't you?
Oh, without a doubt, definitely. No problem.
You know, I was confused when my printer started playing music. That was when I realized that the paper was just jamming.
Oh, God. That is a dad joke. Big style.
Yeah. I've got OCD. Old, cranky, and dangerous.
Yes, I'll go with that.
Or, depending on the topic of conversation, it might be old, cranky, and... I'd rather not say. Hey, where did you park? Next to the car that looks like a suspicious stone vampire. What? Well, what would you call that?
It fucking does. It looks like he's got eyes on the back. It's mint. Holy moly, I never looked at it in that kind of perspective.
That's when cars had style.
Definitely.
You know, if things get really bad and you have to resort to cannibalism, just remember, vegans first. They're the closest thing to grass-fed.
Yeah. Kill a vegan.
Getting old sucks. You know, I used to wake up feeling like $1 million. Now I feel more like a bounce check.
I get that feeling now and then. Oh, hey.
Hey, I caught a 40-pound limit off the bank. But you use live bait. But I don't have an $80,000 bass boat with $10,000 in electronics. Live bait is for cheaters and people with no skill. Shove your glitter rocket and GPS up your ass, motherfucker. You know, in case you needed, taking the Tuttles and turning them towards a different topic of conversation. Delmar Veterinary Center. Muffin has been transferred to a veterinary hospital for the criminally insane.
Oh,
can't imagine why.
Nope. Lump.
I'll go to hospitals and put half-eaten sandwiches in the coma patients' hands to give their family hope. Bastards Anonymous.
Okay, hell. That's nasty, that, like.
Hey! I think it's time to ban Viagra because, if pregnancy is God's will, then so's your limp dick. Bette Midler.
Yeah. True.
Throwing a condom on a microphone while reporting live from a hurricane is the most Florida thing I have ever seen in my entire life.
Nah.
Yeah.
It's even got the teeth on the end.
Why must I prove that I am me to pay my fucking bills over the phone? Do strangers call to pay my bills? And if they do, why the fuck aren't you letting them pay it?
Yeah, please let them do it, yeah. True that, though, isn't it? Give us your date of birth, give us this sound right, and we'll confirm who you are. Oh.
Once I did fall asleep last night, my pillow beat the crap out of me. I'll need coffee. Lots of coffee to try and unfuck this head.
Okay, now. Well done, truly fucked.
I'm changing my password to penis. I don't think it's long enough.
Oh.
I love you too, honey.
Yeah.
I didn't lose my mind. The people inside of my head stole it and won't give it back to me. Meanwhile, here is a picture of my supercomputer. All of it. And no wonder why OBS says that I only use 12% of my CPU. Which core would you guess it's actually monitoring?
4-1. Okay, now.
One core does all the work while everybody else just stands around and watches.
Yeah.
Here's a rocker for retired sailors.
On the boat sideways.
It's actually not that bad.
No. Good idea.
Weatherman said dress for the 90s. Do you think I did a good job?
Hell yeah. Proper 90s.
LGBT. Rural perspective.
Liberty
guns,
yeah.
beers, and tits.
There you go.
Neil Pitts, how'd your doctor's appointment go? Hope it went well.
How you doing, Neil?
I think I figured out why our generation is common sense smart. We had lawn darts and clacker balls to take out all the stupid ones.
Oh, God, I remember them, the clackers. Jesus Christ. Oh, I tell you, I rattled me knuckles with them. I hit myself in the head. Fuck. They were deadly.
Meanwhile, another interesting map for the dad joke section. Here is all the tornado warnings for 2025. I think Tornado Alley moved east a state.
Well.
Dead battery! Pick up a different mod. Way better. Dear Mother Nature, whatever the fuck you're cooking outside, it's done. Turn the oven off.
It's hot.
China produces 440 metric tons of gold every single year, which is only 14% of the world's 3,150 tons of gold produced every single year. Meanwhile, the USA is number 4 in production with only 245 metric tons.
Still a damn lot of gold.
You want to know why the United States spends more than the next 20 countries combined on military? Because they can't do it by developing actual wealth. I never called you stupid. But when I asked you to spell orange, and you asked the color or the fruit, you really fucking caught me off guard, buddy.
The color of the fruit. What?
Meanwhile, before the show, because there were people here showing up at a normal time, they were talking about, what the temperature is and how it's like everybody's in the 90s and like, when's the last time that it got so hot in your area? Well, here's a beautiful map for you. Get back to it. Beautiful map and chart for you that tells you Albany, New York, last 95 degree or better day. They hit 96 in 2024. And the last time they exceeded 100 degrees or got to 100 degrees was in 1933.
Jesus.
We got all the states there. And shockingly, Pittsburgh has never actually had a recorded temperature of 100 degrees or more.
I'll give it time because it'll come and it'll happen. It will happen.
Thought that was interesting. You know, folks, never judge someone without knowing their whole story. You want to sit there and say that, why is he always so fucking negative? Why is he cussing every single other word? He's just so weird. Well, walk a mile in their shoes and you might understand why they have such a bad temper.
Exactly. Never judge a book
Hot
by its
outside,
cover.
isn't it? Shut the fuck up.
It's popcorn.
When a quiet rural community gets its first fire call in months, that's what it looks like. A freaking parking lot. All the volunteers come out of the woodwork for a real structure fire.
Damn.
True story. Meanwhile, here's a picture of the actual heat index.
99 in Orlando.
It's warmer in Richmond, Virginia, and Washington, D.C., and all the way up the coast than it is in Florida.
Damn. This is weird, this fucking heat wave, like.
And public service announcement, if you don't raise your kids, the system will.
True.
Do I feel left out not going over 100? No, because it's fucking hot up here. My air conditioner can't keep up with it. And the attic fan turned on when, like right before the show started, and it's still running, which means it's over 120 up there.
No.
It's only 90 something outside. Here's a flashback to the 70s. How many of y'all remember Morris the cat? You wouldn't.
Not me. Not me, mate.
You know, my ex-wife texted me, said, wish you were here. You know that bitch does that every time she fucking walks through a cemetery?
Oh, my Lord.
Tell me you're from the Midwest without telling me you're from the Midwest.
I'll tell you from the Midwest. Tractor.
Taking a tractor to the Quickie Mart.
Do right.
Meanwhile, I found some signs in your country. I didn't know that they were actual signs. Can we get them here in this country? Like, you'd have to post them by every street corner in Florida. Grumpy old men. Jam tarts sold out. Give way to sunburnt children.
I love it.
Meanwhile, let's be realistic, okay? We can repurpose your nipple clamps to, prevent you getting a boob rash. I can't so much as look at an underwire right now.
Ooh,
Boob sweat. It's a real phenomenon.
I don't know which one looks more painful, though, at the minute.
Well, I think this is the most painful one of all. Fructose peddlers. Contains 400% of your child's daily sugar requirement. Kid tested, guinea pig approved. Brought to you by DreamFit CrossFit. Exercise membership for your children.
Wow. Really?
More realistic labeling. Here we have some beautiful Devers Never Never Ever expires whipped lard and GMO corn sludge. Brought to you by the Hostess Corporation.
Whipped lard.
What part is more disgusting, the whipped lard or the GMO corn sludge?
I see the large, like it's grease, it's fat.
I personally think it's the diabetes and cancer risk from eating those products that aren't present in your vape.
Yeah, I bet.
Remember the days when you had to push star 69 to get people's caller ID numbers?
We had something similar, yeah, but wasn't that.
Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. Iran has weapons of mass destruction. Hey, we've seen this movie before.
Yeah.
No matter who you voted for, the debt keeps rising and the bombs keep dropping.
Fucking true now, huh? So true.
Can we get a president that doesn't actually drop a bomb?
Every one of them pretty much had a conflict or war, didn't it? Fucking bastards.
And now, for our happy little moment, how about we add a beautiful little Klingon? You know, just a happy little Klingon sitting at the table with the rest of the crew.
Oh, he was brilliant.
I remember when our genes were high, radios had knobs, and we danced like nobody was ever watching us.
Them were the days, eh?
And the muggy meter continues for the rest of the week with anywhere from uncomfortable to oppressive to downright miserable humidity levels in the evening.
I think that's what it is, yeah. It's still fucking warm. Still daylight. Just
I unfortunately do not have a neighborhood homeowners association, but I do have some nosy fucking neighbors. And they left me a beautiful note and said, please do something about your dandelions on your lawn. So I posted a sign.
Take as many as you like. Like it.
You don't like them? Come and get them.
Yeah. Fuck right off.
No charge. And I personally love how everything is colored red nowadays. Back when we were growing up, 90 degrees is 90 degrees. It didn't mean it was going to be the color of lava.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, say it's not global warming. There you go. There's your evidence.
Sorry I'm late, miss. I've had to take one of our cows to the bull. Well, couldn't your father have done it? Yes, miss, but the bull does a better job.
Oh, dear.
My kids complain about having a parallel park. They have no idea what it was like.
Not in cars like that. Holy shit, no. Damn.
Here are the lines of life depicted on a beautiful picture for you. Here's a line of the people that like to criticize. Here's the ones that like to gossip. Here's the ones that actually get involved. Here's the ones that encourage others. And here's the line of the people that actually try to help you.
Yep. That's so true to this day and age, yeah.
Amazon is the wettest place on earth. This is from last week. Yeah. Pennsylvania, hold my Yingling. I'll show you what I can do.
Boom.
Does feel like we live in the Amazon jungle right about now.
Oh, yeah.
How fast was that duck going? Holy cow.
Probably burnout, Mom.
Daddy, do trees poop? Of course. How you think we get number 2 pencils?
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus.
You know, there's probably a great percentage of the modern population of children that actually believe this is true.
I bet, yeah.
They lack the reasoning capability to actually realize that's bullshit.
Or even to question it, you know what I mean? Like, Dad, you're talking shit. Fuck off.
You know, folks, you better remember that just when the shit actually is going to hit the fan, you all are going to come down to the hillbillies and need them more than you ever thought you would. It ain't going to be just for the moonshine.
Nope.
They could live a nuclear holocaust with no electricity, no Wi-Fi, and not only live, but become the next billionaires. There are 2 reasons I don't usually fit in. Number 1, I think for myself. Number 2, I don't care what others think about me.
Too right, mate.
Okay, this will freak you out. Here is an AI rendition if Bert and Ernie were actually real people.
What the fuck? Holy fuck. That's scary. Shit.
That's fucked up, dude.
Yeah. That's well fucked up, man. What the fuck? Oh, damn.
Hey, whatever. As long as you wash your hands, I don't care.
Exactly.
Can we have that?
Yeah.
What do you call that?
A trifle.
Looks delicious.
Trifle. Custard creams.
And you know me, man. I always loved aircraft from day one. It had nothing to do with me, you know, being the aviation explorers in high school. I just loved aircrafts. I always thought it was fantastic to look at them and look at their capabilities and what they're able to do. Well, here we have a comparison between the Russian Su-35, the F-14 Tomcat, and the China J-15. How much they spent to make them, and what is included in them.
Interesting.
Oh, so close, but so far. You missed the target, dude.
Missed.
How many all had these things?
What the fuck's that? Oh, I know I think I know what they are. Corn on the cob things.
Corn skewers.
Yeah.
Used to be able to pick them at the dollar store.
Yeah, we got them over here. Yeah.
I loved them. Could get every kernel off the cob that way.
You could just
munch straight to that. All messy.
Yeah, with the butter dripping off it. Ooh.
Here's another interesting map for you. Here's how you say how in all the countries across Europe. In Hungary, that's hogyan. In the UK, it's how. Parlez-vous français? Comment? Hola, español? ¿Cómo? And then, you know, we got Russian cock and Ukrainian cum.
Cum. That's great.
Good moms let you lick the beaters. Great moms turn them off first.
Oh, that's spoken savage.
To the person at work who always steals my donuts, your day of reckoning has arrived.
Oh, Mush says, no. I'll take this mustard as well. Like, that will be. Well, you've sampled
Did you know that the McDonald's Big Mac really did go from 50 cents to $8 and additionally lost 40% of its size from 1980 to 2025.
All right. They're fucking tiny now. Didn't get down in them.
You could eat two Big Macs, modern Big Macs, to equal a Big Mac from back in 1980.
Yeah, easy. I normally do. Have two.
And if you think back, when you ate this one, you were full, and you were full all day.
Yeah.
Why is it when you eat two of these, you never feel as full as you ever did when you ate this one?
Yeah.
Even though technically it's actually a little bit more. What are they putting in them? And a forecast for the rest of the week. Intense summer heat this weekend and all of the following week until the rain gets here. In case you aren't sweating your balls off already.
Jesus.
Here's another picture depicting all the tornado warnings per National Weather Service office this year.
Oh.
Clearly depicting Tornado Alley has moved to the east. And forecast for the rest of the evening. You know it's bad when your fan actually melts to the ground. Mate, you gonna buy this for your wife? Here's a hand-pulled knot lot.
Oh.
Pull down the light up, pull up to close.
Saucy.
Don't forget the dinosaur. I got all the ones from the Discord server. They should be here. Okay. Dudes, can we do this?
Yeah.
What was that? What was... Just think of them as shoes, honey.
Definitely.
And with the current economy today, here's your little bag of Coke.
Fuck off. Get out of it.
That'll be $8, please.
Yeah, that'll be right.
Not even a proper swallow.
Jesus. A little bag of Coke.
Here's a music fact for you. Many people never notice that the spaceship on the cover of Boston's self-titled album is actually just a guitar upside down.
I did know that fact, actually. I did know that.
Really? I didn't. I thought that was cool.
I did. No, I did, because it did come up once on a when they're doing a program about them, when they're doing like a biography, and they're asking about the design of it. And the says the guy who had the spaceship come from, he said, not a spaceship. Look closely. When he done, he went like that with the record cover. He turned the record cover upside down, and then it came apparent.
Very apparent. It's just a guitar.
Yeah. Clever.
Don't be so dramatic. I'm melting. I'm melting. Good, you finish your story. Sorry.
That's what I'm saying. When he actually had to turn it upside down, and that's when the penny dropped. And he says, all this time we thought it was a UFO. He says, well, there you go. And you mentioned the artist as well, but I couldn't remember who done it. But it was clever stuff. Optical illusion.
Boston. Good music.
Yeah. More than a feeling.
I love it. Now it's going to be a song that's going to be in my head the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Hey, I had a conversation with the wife the other day because the dryer wouldn't start. I told her how much it was going to be to order the part, and she's like, "Oh, can we just get a regular fucking washer and dryer? It doesn't have all these fancy knobs and features and, humidity control drying that always has the clothes sopping wet still when you go to pull them out." Well, at this point, I'm willing to pay extra money for appliances with zero smart features and just, physical knobs and a fucking timer that lasts like 20 or 30 years before it needs replaced.
Yeah. Old stuff was good stuff, man. It worked much better.
Wish we would have never got rid of it.
Yeah. They just kept going.
What we did was when the kid moved out and moved into his own apartment, he needed one, so we gave him ours. When Facebook Marketplace hunting for a high-efficiency one, thinking we're going to save energy. What a waste of mistake that was.
Yeah.
With my luck, I'll probably die the day after I get my shit together.
Probably the case, yes.
Stop killing ducks to make duct tape. That's the modern society.
Shoot that fucker now. Just shoot the cunt in the head. Right now.
Natural selection is no longer a thing. That's the problem. Take all the fucking warning labels off of everything and caveat emptor. Buyer beware. Job done. And if you're still not sweating your balls off, here's another reminder of how hot it is outside. Mine are stuck to the chair at this point. Here's something. How many of you know what this is and how many of you have one in your home?
I first thought serving hatch. We used to have one in my home. But
nope. Y'all need a hint? That's a phone shelf.
Yeah, phone table. Yeah, we had telephone tables. I know what you mean now. Yeah.
That's a phone shelf built into the wall. I have one at the bottom of my steps. And a lot of them had shelves built into them for the phone book.
Yeah, the telephone directories, yeah. We used to have telephone tables, purely built for being your telephone. You'd have a soft padded seat, you'd have a raised bit for the phone,
got
you'd
it.
have a shelf. You've got a shelf underneath for your fucking, we had yellow pages, we had the phone book, and we had the Thompson Local for tradespersons. I'd all them. Yeah. If it had been a table, I would have got it. Telephone seat.
Yeah. Well, a guy from Yazan, Saudi Arabia, named Fad Quash some time ago, found a dead eagle with a GPS tracker on its body while he was walking around the swamp. After the results of the GPS had been installed on the eagle's body, for the last 20 years, the route of the eagle's journey during its entire life was clearly displayed on the map below.
Holy fuck. Some fucking miles, isn't it? Jesus.
I didn't know that eagles migrated across Europe like that.
Some do, some don't.
Wow, where did you learn to kiss like that? You want to know the truth? Any experience operating heavy machinery? Does your mom count? Fuck, you're hired, dude.
Does your mom count? Oh, dear.
Just got my ancestry DNA results back. Come from a bunch of assorted crackers.
That's about right.
Here's what my parents' tax dollars paid for. And here's what my current tax dollars pay for.
Yeah.
Obfuscation of the truth.
Bombs a fucking way.
Why you arrested me, officer? It's not like I can ever hit anything.
They never did they? The laser from there to fucking you could spit and hit the cunt, they would still miss for the fucking laser.
You know, I'm a little too self-aware to enjoy life and a little too delusional to give up.
What out of the fire? Oh my God.
Meanwhile, at the Global Forum on Nicotine, they actually had a vaping area that wasn't with the smokers.
Wow. That was cool. That was very interesting.
The way it should be.
Yeah.
You don't go with send the former alcoholics to the fucking bar to hang out every day if they want to get a drink.
Nope.
Here's me being chased by 7 serial killers in ChatGTP saying, sorry, I had to fucking kill your idea. Can you just stay calm and not get upset about why I'm, destroying the truth? I had to laugh because Grim Green posted something on Twitter the other day. He asked ChatGTP to make him like an image for something that he wanted to do, like a thumbnail or something. And it's been 6 days and ChatGTP just keeps giving me excuses why he hasn't rendered the image yet.
Really? Jeez.
I've reached the age where calcium crumbles replace Parmesan on my pizza. To make sure I don't get heartburn. Plus, it adds a little crunch to it.
Ugh.
How many of y'all had to watch this show? Can you tell me what the show name is?
Oh. Oh.
I won't even ask who the people are. Hee-haw! Happy hippie got it. Neil Pitts. Almost got it. Could have been a typo. Hee-haw. You know, when somebody asks me why I'm in such a good mood all the time, it's called day drinking, Charlie Brown.
Very good. Day drinking.
Free kitty. How many you want a free kitty?
You can keep that one, I think. As much as I like tigers, as much as I like them, I don't want one trying to maul us. That's as
You know, this Latvian political party logo looks like a man punching the head off a woman as their children watching horror. You know, the majority of parents wish social media apps didn't exist. When I think about my child's experience growing up, I wish blank had never been invented. You know, the most popular one? Mature adult content.
There you go.
Followed by guns, TikTok, Twitter, X, Snapchat, alcohol, Instagram, social media, Facebook, ChatGPT, messaging apps, smartphones, YouTube, video games, local sharing tools, streaming services, basic mobile phones, large vehicles, television, newspaper, radio, and bicycles.
Wow.
And need I remind you that they are already banning some of the social media apps? They are already trying to ban your guns. They're already trying to ban other social media accounts. And don't for a moment think that when they get done chasing us for their nicotine consumption, they're not eventually going to go after alcohol again. Because alcohol has a higher cancer risk than nicotine vaping. Prove me wrong. Here's a beautiful picture of ports, airports, railroads, and YouTube Premium users.
Yeah, who has YouTube Premium? Fuck that. Just get the stupid adverts removed. Oh.
Meanwhile, we have modern generation dumbasses. What are ports?
Don't even fucking go there. Really, don't even go there. God almighty. But where's ships, Doc, you thick cunt?
Natural selection.
Yeah.
In space, reverse cowgirl and doggy style. Do you know that they're the same position?
Kind of, yeah, I know. No gravity.
With blue eyes, I attack you directly, and that's game. Did you check my face down card? Oh, no, I didn't. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Is that a Dungeons and Dragons joke?
Looks that way, yeah.
Never got into that. I had some high school friends that wanted me to get into it, but I just never had the time to do it. Meanwhile, we got our favorite buddy down from Korea wanting to not be excluded in the current activities down in the Middle East.
Oh, he'd show his little toy off as well while he was out of there.
Well, latest rumor in the grapevine is that he's willing to give Iran missiles if they need them.
Oh, he'll jump on it, him, little rocket man. Fucking Trump's little mate.
Well, meanwhile, Trump said that these fuckers are done fighting already. It's the 12-day war. It's over. Some historical reference for you. Back in 1962, a book called Strong Medicine was published by Blake Donaldson, MD. And he said the best medicine is strong meat, water, salt, sleep, and sunlight.
Makes sense, right?
It cures obesity, heart disease, arthritis, and more.
There you go.
What happened to that book? Is that a Fahrenheit 451 situation? Did we burn that book somewhere? Is that why it's not in the libraries anymore? And just a reminder, the CDC has deleted the vaccine injury database right before RFK Jr. could actually access it. Because, getting access to the vaccine safety database has been the goal of the vaccine safety community. And one of the things that RFK pledged to do if he ever assumed the office. So, once again, we have a reminder of rogue HHS employees, government employees, literally erasing the database to block RFK from reviewing the data. This is not conspiracy theory. This is completely real and actually crazy to think that our government would hide and lie to us. Hide the truth and lie to us.
That's shocking.
And you'd have to be a fool to think that the only reason that they would do this is to protect us.
No.
They obviously have something to hide. What was it? We don't know. It's been deleted. Kind of like Hillary's emails.
Sure.
Meanwhile, Australia, something you won't find in the news, Australia sets the world's worst cancer rate record and a possible surge revealed.
I wonder why.
But we're not going to talk about it.
No, can't do that.
Because most tobacco control and public health experts really don't care about public health or actually eliminating disease and death. They only care about where their next funding comes from.
Oh, true.
Vaping versus smoking.
Oh, yeah.
People smoke for the nicotine, but die from the tar. You don't have to anymore. There's this beautiful technology innovation that can let you enjoy the nicotine without death.
Exactly.
Well, sorry, the World Health Organization, FCTC, does not allow that. We force consumers towards combustibles. That's all we're ever going to do. And for those of you that rely on science, well, let me explain this little thing called dihydrogen monoxide that rusts these pipes. Look at all the rust that's caused by dihydrogen monoxide. Just imagine what it can do to your insides and your e-liquid. No science, no fear. No science, like understand science, and you have zero fear. Meanwhile, somebody has actually compiled a book, Lies Told by Tobacco Control and Public Health Experts.
Look at that. That's probably right now, isn't it? Jesus.
This is wrong, dude. They're ice fishing. In California, they're ice fishing.
What on earth?
Waving all them donuts at all the ice officers? That's just wrong.
Come and get it.
And a flashback to Hunky Vape Studios. Back when I first moved in this room.
Holy moly.
What a pipsqueak setup I had. Holy moly.
Shit.
And our economy is doing great. I sent this to the wife the other day. She was stuck in a traffic jam, and I said, well, that's a sign of how good the economy's doing. Everybody's going to work for their third job.
Try and pay the fucking bills.
Speaking of paying your bills, here's the annual cost of retiring in every state across the country. You want the cheapest place to retire in the United States? Well, that would be West Virginia, where their annual expenditures will come to an average of $48,492, leaving yourself a 20% comfort buffer in case you get whims and want to buy something or take a trip. You need $9,698 for that, bringing your total annual retirement cost to $58,190. Unlike in Utah, where's Hawaii? I would think Hawaii would have been the most expensive. Not on the list? What? Must have to scroll down to get to it. Well, the highest one we have access to is Utah, where it jumps up to $71,453 a year. To retire in Utah without any access to vaping products in the state.
Wow. That's cool.
Not moving there. And that
No.
wraps up the dad jokes.
That's the dad jokes. Wow. Those were cool ones. You had some good ones in there this week, matey.
3 hours, 35 minutes.
It's fucking hot in here again. God, fucking warm
I'm
again.
sweating my balls off, literally, dude.
I'm
It's just
fucking
oppressive.
red. It's fucking nuts, man. It's the mugginess, man. It's horrible. Ugh. Makes you
All right,
feel
let's
like
do a
shit.
real quick retro vape and a dad joke, and we're gonna wrap the show up at 4 hours today.
I'll do it, sir.
You go with that?
We've covered everything anyway. We've done a pretty good show anyway. We're getting everything in, pretty much.
Oh, we'll do pet pics, pet show first. Doggy time!
Come on, where
Doggy
you
time! Oh, wait a minute. What's going on with that camera? That ain't real. That ain't live. My goodness.
One of your dogs turned invisible.
There they are.
There you go.
Go get him. Maggie May. Want a bone? Can't be bothered. Here, have a bone. Oh, what was that? What's the
Look
deal?
what you did.
What's wrong with that webcam?
Just say, look what you did. I was comfortable. Now you've made this move. Oh, dear.
What is wrong with that webcam?
Oh, no.
I didn't move nothing back there. No reason for it to be a little glitchy.
I found it. They're both nibbling. There you go.
They're happy. They're happy. They're eating. Joe, we'll take a look at the dog pictures that we got submitted. There's Maggie May. That's when she's awake and she wants a treat. Actually, she doesn't want a treat. She just wants outside. She loves this freaking heat. I don't understand these dogs.
Oh, man, honestly.
They literally go outside, they lay on the ground, and they just start like overheating, and they're patting 900 miles an hour, and they're happy. They're living in their glory. I'm like, dude, you better get in here, man. You get dehydrated, I'm gonna lose my head. My wife's gonna come home with a guillotine.
Yeah.
Something happens to these dogs.
Yeah. Nasty, nasty, nasty outcome.
Have you been offered a pill disguised as cheese? You might be entitled to compensation. Attorney at pause. 123-456-7090.
That's true. Like, every time you give dog medication, you wrap it up with something, don't you?
Like, I don't understand these dogs, man. You see the dogs, they go outside, they're sitting there eating the neighbor's cat poop. You know, they come inside. But you take a pill that they need to swallow, wrap it in a pound of lunch meat or thing of cheese, and all of a sudden they're fucking Gordon Ramsay going, something wrong with that.
Yeah.
What?
Suddenly fucking experts like, hold on a minute.
I think this is a brilliant idea.
That would be an MOT failure here because it's blocking your view. And don't ask us why, but that's what it would be classed as. It's an excellent idea, like. I love it.
She wore an itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini.
That she wore for the first time today. Oh, yeah.
My wireless doorbell's on their chargers.
That makes sense.
Isn't it weird how they like go ballistic over somebody and then you get somebody that's actually a stranger and they like don't make a sound?
No.
My son comes home and they go crazy. I promise I'm not mean. I'm Mojo. Throw the ball. We'll be friends. That's Lucy.
Yeah.
Little psycho black dog.
I'll be your friend. No, you fucking won't.
Meanwhile, the wife last weekend was having some people over and she was cooking outside and she lost a dog.
Oh.
They ordered some pizza. She went to the door. She went upstairs to the bedroom to get some cash for the guy's tip. Came back downstairs, and then after she brought the pizza in the house, she's like, "Where's the dog? I lost the dog."
Oh shit!
She legit got in the car, drove around the neighborhood looking for this dog. Come home, she's like, "I don't know where your dog is. We lost the dog." You know where they ended up being? Inside the garage.
Really?
She went into the garage to get drinks to take outside and didn't push the door the hallway shut. And the dog went into the garage. And somebody else come through the back door and closed the door. So the dog was stuck in the garage.
Oh, man. That's no good. Bless.
Hey, where you been? I've been hanging out on the roof. What? Why the fuck are you on the roof? Why was Maggie in the garage? I don't understand.
Crackers, man. What on earth? What the fuck? Oh, dear me, man. Deary me. Oh. Hang on.
Camera's frozen again.
Oh.
All right. I guess it's time for our retro vape. Okay, a long time ago in a galaxy not so far away, VandyVape had made the KENSEI. Beautiful rebuildable. I love this gold color that's there. And has a beautiful velocity style deck, multi-layered. And this one's all ready to go. Wicked up. All it needs a little bit of juice, and she could be a beautiful treat to enjoy.
Oh, I remember that. I can't say. I think I've still got one somewhere. Definitely still got one.
It wasn't bad. It had some issues here with appropriately wicking. If you got too much cotton in this well, you would choke out the coil. If you got too little wicking in here, then she would just flood.
It wasn't a very forgiving tank, like, for a newbie.
And it also didn't help that you had to remember that this tank actually has, I guess stay on camera, a juice port.
Control. Yeah. There we go, juice control and that. Wow, good old KENSEI.
And that was a problem because, that's not open the whole way and you crank too much wattage to it. Well, this became a problem.
When you got it right, it wasn't bad.
KENSEI. Yeah, it wasn't bad when you got it right. So we got that one, and then here's the Blaze Pro Max RTA. And that's compared to the Blaze Max RTA. And that's essentially really the only real difference.
But it's more stubby as well, isn't it? It looks very stubby.
The airflow, I mean, they did make changes. It's not the same. Like, this one, the bubble glass is just barely bubbled out, whereas this one's actually got a real bubble glass to it. The other thing that was different about it is... Where's the box? It came in a metal tin.
Really?
This one came in a metal tin. It came with a flat glass. Inside the metal tin, you got a spare flat glass and a bubble glass.
Wow.
So, I mean, you're getting really good value. And the machining on this, oh my goodness. Come on. Look how shiny and smooth that finish is on there.
Yeah, man.
tolerances are so close on this. It's just immaculate. Delicious.
Really
a hint
nice,
more
yeah.
restriction than it is on this one. You know what? The more I've been using this one, the more this one reminds me of the difference between the Arbiter and the Arbiter 2.
All right.
So, I mean, we went from basically having the Blaze Max be the Arbiter, which is a little bit more airflow, to the Arbiter 2 that's slightly improved airflow, slightly reduced your airflow potential, but it gave better flavor.
Oh, yeah.
And that's where this one is. This one is just a smidge sweeter, and the flavors are just a smidge stronger. Exact same liquids in both. And those are so good compared to this, I won't even fill this with liquid because it's just not worth the experience.
I think the KENSEI came out to try and compete with the Chillin. I think it was out about the same time as the Chillin.
And they're better than the Arbiter. Both of them are better than the Arbiter, and equal or better. This one is, in many cases, this is way better than the Arbiter 2 because it's got way more airflow for me.
Mm-hmm.
This definitely beats the Arbiter 2. And it's got like 8 milliliters of capacity in there with this bubble glass. The only fault, I'm going to give you the only fault I found with it is when I got the cutting tool.
Yeah.
There was no mark on it. It was just blank on both sides. So I had to go watch his video to find out that he cut it to the same as the original one, which was 5 milliliters. 5 millimeters.
Yeah. That's kind of like if I haven't got that information, that's kind of where I have a rough starting point anyway. Current at 5, see where I'm at. That's probably where I start.
And here it is, today's release day for the Hellvape Hellbeast. Your first look at it.
Bottom airflow.
Bottom airflow. Buttery smooth, honeycomb airflow. Hellvape Hellbeast. It only comes with straight glass.
Well, but now I suppose, you might be able in time to be able to upgrade it, I suppose.
And now that I have the exact same liquid in there, first thing I noticed when I did this one is there was a slight metallic taste to the liquid.
Right.
But here I am, legit half a tank of e-liquid used up in this, and that's gone. Don't you hate it? Every time you're in the middle of doing something, it's like your batteries are dead.
Oh, nah. It's terrible.
They always die at the most inopportune times.
You motherfuckers. There we go. Back to life. Back to reality.
Sorry, I got Bluetooth headphones in. I'm sure that was way delayed from what you guys heard him singing.
Love it.
Dual coil.
Oh.
Flat deck. It's not like raised or nothing like this. Just a flat build deck.
Yeah.
Postless build deck.
Yeah.
The other thing that I don't really care for It's a quarter turn base.
Oh, I know them. I'm not
So you're going to take the top off? You got to be damn sure it's quarter turn top cap. You got to be damn sure that you're not unscrewing the base instead of the top.
Yeah. I mean, it might wear in with use. It might get a bit easier with use once it's worn in a bit, like.
Beautiful stops on the airflow. I love the vape experience. I love how quiet it is. I love how flavorful it is.
Yeah, getting the noise down with tea.
And such a beautiful vapor. Buttery smooth airflow. This microphone has a little less noise gate on it. So quiet compared to the other ones.
That does sound lush.
So if you're looking for flavor, you're looking for buttery, smooth airflow, and you're looking for crackle, Hellvape Hellbeast is going to be your go-to. It's obviously a little bit smaller, actually quite a bit smaller than the Blaze Pro and the Blaze Pro Max, or Blaze Max and the Blaze Max Pro. I'm gonna have to pull out my Arbiter too and compare which one has more airflow. I think this one might. Which is surprising because of all the holes. I think they got 136 holes in this airflow.
Wow.
And you can cut it down from, 3 rows to 2 rows. It's been fantastic.
Looks nice.
Something else. While we're sitting here doing this, and it's just kind of a random thing.
I wonder what's going to
This is where the wife went. This is where the wife went for her purchase. $28.95 was for the OG Blue, 1 bottle. And while she was there, she's like, I know she knows I'm looking for Alp, Tucker Carlson's pouches. And she happened to see they had YOLO or Lolo pouches.
Ah.
And these ones were like $5 a piece for 20 pouches. Mango and blueberry flavor. So I'm going to be giving those a try this week. I'll report back next week and let you guys know what I think of it.
Ooh.
I hope it's not like some of the other ones I've had. A lot of the ones that were made by vape companies are like putting a tampon in your mouth. They're that dry. I want something that's going to be juicy and flavorful. And Juice Heads was a disappointment in their pouches. So we'll see what it's like.
I'd say, I've never ever fancied trying one because of that reason. I think it'd be just like sticking cotton balls in your mouth, you know what I mean? But,
Well, that's the reason why I want to try the Alp is because Tucker keeps insisting that unlike most of the other pouches that are out on the market, his are very moist.
Oh, cool.
His are juicy and flavorful.
Neil Pitt was saying,
curious
is
to
that
see.
Hellbeast? Is the Hellbeast a dual or single coil? Or can it be either or?
Dual coil. Dual coil, and the coil's included, and that's something else that's the difference between the Blaze and the Blaze Pro Max is they use different coils. The Pro Max is a 3-core NI80 26 gauge times 3 35 gauge wrap, 35 gauge Clapton.
Got ya.
As opposed to the typical 38 gauge. Or my favorite, the 40 gauge Clapton. And it does change the flavor profile of it. And like I said, this one had a metallic taste to it when I first got it. But that's gone now. Half a tank of liquid is all it took. Run it right open.
I love it. Looks nice. That's been
Gorgeous.
released today, is it?
Just released today. I'm going to need to use it at least a week before I put the review up on it. I don't anticipate any problems with it whatsoever, other than the fact that the base is a quarter turn.
Just see if there's anybody.
No, it just spins off. It's not quarter turn. I was wrong. My apologies. It does spin off. But I understand now why the old technology, Jay Hayes used to flip out about it all the time, about how the base was fixed and you couldn't like twist on the cap, the top cap, without taking it off of the build stand. I always thought that was a good thing, unlike him. Well, this one actually spins and lets you, on the build stand, put the top on and twist it on. So the deck is not fixed to the bottom.
But did you know that they've got a Hellvape, Hellbeast 2, but it's a sub-ohm tank out? They already had that out, so they've done a sub-ohm tank.
They had a stock coil sub-ohm tank, yeah.
And you can get that now for $12.99.
No shit. This is the rebuildable, the RTA.
Yeah,
it just came out today, Anthony. You can get yourself one now. Gorgeous. Very, very smooth, very, very quiet. And if you like the crackling coils, this one will give it to you. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Love it.
Basic one. There's nobody got it in stock yet. Basic one hasn't even got a price down for it.
Really?
Nah, it's going to come in black, silver, gold, nice dark blue, a red, and a bright pink. Wow. What about 101? That's the sub-ohm.
While you're looking at that, let's jump back to Twitter here. I thought this was pretty interesting. Oh. Kill the music. I don't know where the music comes from. Here's a very unique lighter. It's very Zippo-esque, except you can see the fluid inside it.
Look, that's cool.
See how the top is all Zippo-esque?
Aye. It flicks the flint as it actually opens rather than having to do by hand.
Yeah. And
That's
you
quite
see the
cool,
liquid level in it. Unlike your Zippo,
Yeah.
you ran it until it wouldn't light, and then you would fill the cotton back up. That's cool.
That's mint.
Although that's something we don't need like we used to.
Oh, yeah.
This I thought was interesting. True size of China if you move it around. And the country scales to the globe. Contours of the globe. It's the same size as the United States.
Jesus. That's weird, isn't it?
I love when they do this kind of stuff. Kind of gives you a different perspective on things.
Feels like.
Like Canada and the United States are about the same size. All you have is difference in altitude, latitude, longitude, and how that affects you based upon where you are on the globe.
Weird, eh?
Neil Pitt said that the old Hellbeast takes Horizon Tech sub-ohm coils, and it came with an adapter that let you use Nautilus coils too. That's cool.
That's nice. That's mint.
I really wish more manufacturers did that nowadays, included adapters for other coils.
That's what I mean. That's what you got with old school stuff. The thought of this kind of stuff, and the buddied up with various manufacturers and say, right, can we do this? I need bother, get it done. Didn't get that now, do you?
Listen, I know that, they want to have brand loyalty, like the people that leave comments on my reviews and go, Geek Vape or die. Okay, well, I'm glad you like your Geek Vape, but I like to try everything so I can find the best possible experience. And, but realistically, you take a look at it, they come from China. China's tobacco monopoly authorization controls all vaping companies in China.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what brand it is. So if it's a Chinese company, they're all the same. Now you have other companies from different regions and stuff. Thailand or wherever. But I don't see any reason why Chinese companies shouldn't have adapters to have cross compatibility for stock coils.
Yeah,
especially with the situation around the globe right now.
Yeah. Definitely agree with you, man. Take control of your health.
76,000 lives lost every year in the UK due to smoking still.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
It doesn't need to be.
No.
They've got the scheme already in place. Swap to Stop is going to help the people that want to try it. But the misinformation out there is a bigger hindrance. History is going to show that that's the biggest reason why more people didn't quit earlier.
Without a doubt. The fuck's that?
This is Chowdhury at the Global Forum of Nicotine from Poland.
All right.
And this is another interesting story we didn't get into today on the news. The global action to end smoking, Cliff Douglas is out.
Really?
They ousted him because the charity did not have enough donors resupplying their financial stockpile that they sit on. They're losing too much money. So they ousted him. The VP took over the position of president, who happens to be a lawyer. And it's a big mystery what the hell's going on now, what they're going to go and do. All the experts that they had are gone.
That's shocking, that. Wow.
Well, that wraps up our show for today. My mate looks like he's tired.
Well, I'm struggling a little bit early morning this morning, but early start.
Yeah,
not
and
too
it's
bad tomorrow,
getting
though.
quite warm up here, so
I'm fucking cooking me. I think that's what's knocking us out. The heat. It's really gone humid. I am
Same here.
absolutely cooking, even though it's not as hot as where you are. But still, it's fucking boiling. As soon as we
that's the truth.
78% humidity. That's what it is. Fuck the hell, man. As soon as we go off air, I'm going to get fucking naked. Trust us, this is coming off.
Same here, buddy.
Top off, roof gone.
Feels like 40 degrees outside right now. 50% humidity. No, thank you.
It's not as warm outside because we've got like a westerly breeze coming in, but fucking in here, Jesus Christ almighty. Just feels like somebody's just turned an oven up. It's like,
I think it's funny. It's 16 outside, but you feel like it's 15. Here, it's 34 outside, and it feels like it's 40.
Weird, isn't it? The fuck? It feels warmer than 15. I'll tell you, I'm fucking sweating. Absolutely cooking.
Same here. 2 computers running and all these spotlights and stuff. It's just time for me to head downstairs.
Yeah, I need to cool off, my friend.
No random recipe today. Sorry, folks. I'll have to come back
We'll
Thursday.
catch up next week. We'll catch up with that one day, man.
We'll try it. We'll do a random recipe on Thursday. I think I got to make a thumbnail and get everything set up to do the first flavorist diary.
Gotta have a go at that, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta have a go at that. Tell you what, is it saying mix it at 15 to 20%? Ooh, that's a lot, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's fine.
Oh,
the average for most high concentrated liquids ends up being 15%. We did a bunch of flavors recipes. There was like 30% flavoring.
That's right. He recommended 30%, didn't he? That's right.
For some of his, yeah.
Ah, that's right. But yeah, we'll have to have a little go at that one soon. See what it's like. Just get it mixed up as a one shot and see where we go.
Yeah. So my wish is always peace, love, and Hunky Vape to end cigarette smoking. And I'm going to leave you with the beautiful picture of the Hellvape Hellbeast.
Very nice.
See you the same time, same place next week.
Yeah, man. Yes, boys and girls, as always, thank you everybody in chat. Absolutely. And now we're all early waiting. This week we had you. We fooled you. We fooled you all. You're all sitting there waiting for it. Where the hell are they? But there you go. New time, 6 o'clock for the time being. Just gives me
Summer
time
hours
to get back from work, etc. Summer hours, as they call it. But yeah, as always, thank you everybody, in chat. You do make the show. Again, remember, drop all your stuff on that Discord. Get all your pet pics, your hand checks, your dad jokes. And like I said, you can contact Alex directly on X or Twitter, whichever you want to call it. But yeah, thank you. And as always, I will sign off and say, you all stay safe. Vape safe. Oh, just one more thing. On your way out, hit that like button. Helps a lot. There you go. Oh,
Thank you.
All you guys, stay safe, vape safe, and we will see you all very soon. Till then, bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.